not here in time.
And Infinite. And
Okay.
Dragon. He's hitting Nexus Towers now. The game is happening around IG.
The Dragon's still up.
Oh! Flashboard from Kara does miss. Hoya is ending the game, by the way, but IG, they are fighting in the pit to try and deny this. Baron, Guwon does go in on the backside, almost taking out Mako. Schwo's going to finish him off. IG are still working on the fight,
ATP,
but again,
ATP.
the game is literally ending. Out goes the cancel from Schwo, and Hoya is just going to sit in base, slamming away on this. Wei's here. Can they finish him? Can they stop Hoya? Flash from Hoya, and the last daughter to secure the game for NIP! NIP. Guwon's now in the pit. That's mission number 2. Mission number 3, find a way to secure the Dragon or find a way to win the fight. Maybe both. Going on forward onto Zika into cease and desist. On the back line, Elk getting focused with a bubble. Going to buy Elk the time he needs to make the trade. Zika drops down on the front line. Xiaohu looking for a target. It's going to be awesome. He's going to have to dash back away, and Hoya going to be beat down by the zombie. Care dives forward looking for Elk. Cannot find him. Gonna have to settle for a support. But the
there's a control word right there, so they're going to spot him if he continues to go through mid. Is he just going to try and go around? Okay, it's special agent Xiaohao.
Observers are like, I don't know what's going. Why does Sheer have 10% HP? What's going on over here? This might be the flank of a century, and this might be what Edward Gaming need to get them back into this series. An immediate engage onto 1xN.
He got
is
1xN!
taken out with a cease and desist. Multiple members now. Sheer is finalized there. Missing is taken down, and the Baron will for sure be started by Edward. Shu has to either live or make a masterful play.
Popping dominance early, he flashes over the headbutt pulverized combo. Paranoia makes everything.
Oh!
Vampire! 4-man bomb blossom, are you kidding me? This is the power of Pigeon Dog Gaming, and the Pandas have been absolutely outplayed.
Well,
Jedge's way. Shouldn't want to risk it here as he gets back into the pit. Goes over the wall. Good call, Quacks. Trying to find that flank angle. And boys, he's starting to entrap Weibo. They're going to go after on instead. Just blow him up with Elk. Zika going to go down though as the Dragon gets discarded. As Genji with the Crest Guard and the Wild Goat tries to hold the front line. Bit into the stasis. The zombie nearly takes him out. But can Xiaohu get the kill? Yes. Shun finds the double onto Elk. And it has to be Viper stepping up and turning into a Gatling gun. Mowing down all of Weibo. Viper secures the fight win.
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Fulls. We've got Ilyashat in the production seat behind us, having a great time for what is hoping to be wonderful day of games, especially for this first one. I'm very curious at what we're going to be getting. But Fulls, it's an important one nonetheless for the two teams that we're going to be looking at. But how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing really great, Mazel. It's great to finally be back here with you. It's been far too long. Ever since the last time. I remember we got to do the first playoffs match of the Knights Road, and I don't think we've gotten to grace each other with our presence ever since. So I'm glad that we can finally, return to the big stage here. We got it doesn't look like the greatest series on paper. You see 0-4 in sets versus AL. Like, surely this is not a real...
Don't worry about the numbers,
But we got some reasons to contend why this might be more of a banger series than you might expect. So, I'm just saying.
Yeah. That being said, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings so far because, let's be real. For WE, kind of expected. 0-8 is wild, not winning a single game so far, which hopefully they'll be able to change tonight against a AL who is down in the dumps right now, Fulls. Like, it is crazy to see the fall of this team that was in such high regard in split number 1 and just trying to figure out how to turn this all around in a very long double round robin split 2.
Yeah, we're looking at a standings where AL is in 6th place with NIP and IG in front of them, with top esports in 2nd place ever since the return of Jaculov. Yeah, this is just crazy work seeing AL in 6th here. They definitely want to make a statement tonight to say that is not where they belong.
And special shout out, I know nobody ever looks at Group Nirvana, but shout out to TT for finally winning a series. Hey. It's been a long time. I don't know if you saw that on Twitter, but
heck yeah.
Luckily they did win. So Nirvana, everybody's played. We've seen at least one series from them all, but we are back in Group Ascend for this first one that we have tonight. And again, like you were saying, I think it's the duality of, can W win a game, or are we continuing to sound the alarm buttons for AL? And that conversation will start with WE here, because I think it's a team that showed a decent amount of spunk with a lot of majority of the similar roster, as we see this team that feels to me like an average middle of the pack team when you look at just the names. But unfortunately for this split, much like split 2 in 2025, or at least summer in 2025, it's not going too well for them.
Yeah, not only are they 0-4 in sets in series, but to be 0-8 in the game score, the match score, is just absolutely crazy. Because as you say, like, these players look like, they can at least kind of hang around the middle. But unfortunately, the group Ascend is not quite the average middle per se. So they're kind of up against the Titans up here. And they have not had a very good start. A very friendly welcome to the group Ascend. Not exactly, So we're really hoping to see them, prove that they belong here at least a little bit,
At least, right? And we take a look at trying to muster the energy for this W. Because if you don't know, WE is an old team, around since the dawn of LPL time. And while it's been since 2017 since they've seen international hope, I think it's still super important. You could see Elk there multiple times, but he was still Jumong. But it's trying to find the essence of WE. Try to, through Bobby from King of the Hill, we are going to find the energy needed to get WE their first game win. And just a little bit of recollection of the history that this team has had, and hoping to pull some of that into present day at least.
Oh yeah, this is a very storied org. They've been here for so long, like you said, since this is the inception of the LPL, which you were so, kind to bless me with that knowledge. I didn't realize that they, we were just speaking about it. I didn't realize that they've been around so long. And it's quite crazy to think that it's almost been an entire decade since they've made it to an international. You said 2017. So with an org that's as OG as this, you'd hope that they really have some kind of a extra legacy pride that these players can channel from, on that Bobby, on that just they got somewhere they can draw this extra energy, this fuel from, in order to take out these legends and anyone's legend, if you will. So.
Well, if we're looking for real fuel, if we're looking for something that maybe works for this team who hasn't been able to put much together, it is primarily teed off by how often jungle, ADC, and support are playing around each other. The solo lanes on this team have one of the lowest jungle proximity percentages plus KP, at least kill percentages across the league. And honestly, I don't know how far in terms of general league play around the world, because they are so ridiculously low. I think Karis is like 43% KP for Monkey, and unfortunately for Cube, it's like 23%. And he's been kind of left on his lonesome. But if we're going to try to whittle this down to something that maybe works, it's got to be around Monkey setting up for the spot lane and trying to play around them as best as possible. Yeah,
I mean, you see here how faded Cube and Karis are in Monkey's mind. He's not even thinking about that. They're just ghosts to him. He doesn't really matter, because everyone who knows this Monkey guy, they know that the way he plays his early games is just so unconventional. He's almost always doing something that's completely, nonsensical and extremely aggressive. And typically it has to do with going to the bot lane. I had the privilege of casting WE's recent series, and I remember Monkey just immediately diving bot and playing split map just to always, funnel resources into a bout. I mean, so we say that this is what they've been doing. This is their strategy. Maybe this can work. But I mean, if they're 0 for 8 on this strat, we're gonna see if they continue to proceed with this. We're gonna keep a close eye on this tonight. See if Monkey continues to have that proximity towards the bot lane. If they can finally get it to work.
Hey, even if you're 0-8, maybe you don't go in 0-9. We'll see if WE can manifest something here, because against them is a team that should be held in high regard. I mean, they're being led by the MVP of Split #1 in Tarzan, but this Anyone's Legend roster has not lived up to expectations. We had coaching shifts in the offseason, and we've wondered where this team that was so lauded by so many in the community has gone now that they've slid to, honestly, a troubling state of losing 2 series back-to-back, going 0-2 after having beaten a struggling Weibo to start their split.
Yeah, so they started off the split pretty hot, standard AL, just 2-0ing Weibo, and really doing classic AL things. And I was doing my homework before this cast tonight, and I was watching the very third game that they played, which was Game 1 versus it was Top Esports, and they had this huge lead. They had actually about a 5,000 gold lead on Hope. But somehow, at minute 30, they just miraculously threw it all away. And ever since that moment that they threw that lead, so they've played 6 games thus far, right? Going 2-0 and then 0-2, 0-2. Ever since that third game, they just have not been the same AL that we've always known. And it makes you wonder, maybe it does have something to do with the coaching changes, because, Tabe and JDG were able to take them out quite handedly in their recent series that they did play. So, who knows? Maybe Tabe was that secret sauce that they needed all along, and they're gonna have to find a new secret sauce.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you've played Riftbound very much here recently, but I think important factor is the fact that you draw 4 cards to start your games, and I think these are AL's best first-hand draws. As we're gonna take a look down the road here, I think it starts off with, it's funny that the fact that they have red side wins at 0. They've literally in this entire split have not won a single game on red side. Won 2 games obviously on blue side against Weibo, but just stick to blue side, baby. It's a red card, but stick to blue side. It'll be a good spell for you. The other thing is a very important unit to AL that was really good for them in the past year and a half was Kyle and his roaming style. This guy was the best, if not fighting to be the best support in the LPL for like the last year and a half, like I was saying, and I need to see him back to his old ways. Also, tried and true Tarzan. He's played 1 Pantheon game. He's gotten a win on that one. He's 100% win rate on individualized kind of attack-oriented junglers like Nefiri and Pantheon. When he's on facilitators, not so much. So go ahead and get him that Pantheon. Why not? He's a great legend, by the way, hopefully coming soon. And the other thing is another little funny stat. Obviously, they've only played 3 series, but when they're ahead of 15 minutes, they're winning 100% of the games. Weird stat when you're in a little bit of a slump here, but maybe that's a little bit of a ticket. So that's our first-hand ideal draw for Anyone's Legend coming into this series.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not too experienced with the Riftbound interworkings and mechanics and all that, but I'm a bit of a Hearthstone player myself one time. And I know they have a mulligan where it's like you get a starting hand, you get to replace some of the cards. Let's just say if you're AL And this is the starting hand you're dealt. You're going to want to keep all of these cards. Essentially, you're really going to play around Kyle, Roams. I think that's the best card in the deck when it comes to AL, and it goes really well with Tarzan on a carry champion. So I think those two cards are my personal favorite in AL's deck, and I really want to see those two in tandem tonight in order for them to help get this win.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, how do we make Pantheon a real champion unit? I want to, and I need to plaster Tarzan's face on it. No, but we had a little bit of fun with it. Huge shout out to Viv for kicking up this graphic here, but it's important to kind of focus on what can go right for AL, because all rights in regards, Foles, if they are not smashing this series 2-0 out of the park like a home run, I don't want it, because this AL team is struggling to regain a lot of that respect that was given to them in split number 1 just because of some of these falters. And yes, it's still early in the split. It's a double round robin, for God's sake. So there's so many games left, but this team should be fighting at the tippy top of the LPL, and right now they're not.
I mean, absolutely agree, because, you know, if you were to make some kind of a tier list at the start of Split 1, or even at the start of Split 2 here, I personally would put AL, honestly, probably straight up to the S tier, right beside BLG. Whereas with WE, I mean, I'd be lucky pushing them to like a B-. Like, this shouldn't even be a matchup in, this should be a format, this should be an email, this series, as far as I'm concerned, for Team AL here. And with them going 0-4 in their past 4 game score, they really need to turn that ship around in a series like this. I mean, this is probably the easiest matchup that you're gonna get in Group Ascend. I mean, they're quite literally 0-8. So if you don't win this series as AL, you need to sound all of the alarms, and you need to really get to the lock-in mode, because this is a very critical series to see where the narrative is at, to see where AL and their momentum is at.
And through the history of Group Ascend, obviously you had last split where Group Ascend was whittled down to like the top teams, which you didn't see as much of this. But since we've seen Group Ascend in Splits 2 as well, like, there's always 2 teams that are really struggling. And that was, a lot of the case for WE. Not as much as you would think it was NIP this time around, but there's going to be somebody else in this group that is just having a bad time. And I think you can look for WE to some positives, like we were kind of foreshadowing to before. Back in 2025 in Split 2, they were in Group Ascend, and they lost their first 6 series. It was not, they did win games, I will give them that, but they did lose their first 6 series, and after that they went on a 5-win streak and ended up even above Weibo at 6th place in that split, which is a crazy comeback. And that just shows you the power of double round robin and the power of kind of keeping these rosters together and trying to find out growth through them. But we can talk about all the extrapolation of how they're going to win and all the, or I guess how they've won in the past and things along those lines. But I want to kind of focus on what needs to happen today. I know we talked about those specific roles at least, but somebody who was kind of dragging this team across a lot of their wins, kicking and screaming, was Monkey. And I think tonight against Tarzan, it's going to be a tough position to be in, but I really need to see, honestly, both of these junglers pick them some slack for their teams. Yeah, so one of the narratives that I had in my mind when I was thinking about this jungle matchup is, so as you said, we got the Split 1 MVP here in Tarzan, and Tarzan being the king of the jungle. And we've quite literally got the king of the jungle versus a monkey. Yeah, if you watch Monkey play, he's just an ordinary monkey in the jungle. They were friends in the movie.
Swinging around.
They were friends.
But at least Tarzan has more opposable thumbs or something. This monkey guy doesn't even he just.
Man, that's the graphic
around.
We should have made. Yeah. We should have made a recreate Tarzan the movie, but with Monkey as his friend. Yeah, that'd be great.
Well, it's double round robin, so we can always.
There you go. We'll revisit it. Don't you worry, Chad.
Yeah.
It is super important, but I think kind of dueling with that is the impact of support. I think Arha is a really, really interesting prospect and kind of gained a lot of favor with some of the plays we were seeing, especially on Weibo. But it's so funny. You just look back like 3 years ago, 2022, 2023, Arha was part of the AL LDL squad. And it's so funny to see these interconnected ties, but he is in a position where there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, trying to kind of continue to earn places on these teams. And obviously with the new stent here with WE, and trying to figure out what his style brings to the table for this team. And that style needs to be kind of connecting with Monkey, just as we see Kyle connecting with Tarzan most of the time.
Yeah, and honestly, in the current meta, it's very important that the jungle and support are synergizing and are working together around the map, because personally, as a mid laner, from the mid laner perspective, oftentimes, like, if you get this really coordinated attack, like this kind of 3v1 where the support comes from one way, the jungler comes from another, or maybe they have like an ability to follow up on each other's CC or something like that, it's really effective. And one thing that we noticed when we were doing some pattern observation for both of these teams is that they've been having really scuffed mid games. Like, there's pretty much no way to sugarcoat it, that sort of whatever it is that they're doing in the mid game is really causing them a lot of trouble and detriment, because they just seem to kind of have the map slowly falling apart with the enemy teams kind of, out macroing them. So that's really going to come down to the junglers and the supports here, for both teams, to make sure that they're able to help keep that map together, because that's kind of the glue of the team, right? So we really want to see that, in my case here, I'd quite like to see WE get at least a win on the board, even if they don't win the series, so at least take a game off of AL here, and that's going to come down to Arha and Monkey. So yeah.
Yeah, I think we're going to see jungle fighting early and often. At least I really hope we do, because I think it's going to be so impactful. But I expect, invade pathing, things along those lines. Really want to see both these guys lean into what makes them so damn good, and that's being a ruthless jungler. Like, we've seen Monkey run the Rift, right? It's been a while, but we have seen this guy do things that are absurd. And again, I said it earlier, but Tarzan was literally the MVP of the league last split. So, being able to figure out how to make these guys work and what puts them in the most comfortable position. But I do expect the mid game to be a little bit topsy-turvy. But that's kind of the check-in that we want to keep eyes on for the night itself. As we head to the arena, though, you get to see the teams take the stage. And I guess that's where we can start talking a little bit of the picks we want to see from these teams, Fulls. And especially, I already highlighted the Pantheon a million times, but trying to find synergies elsewhere is extremely important. I expect bot lane to have a lot of prio in terms of what they want to get as tools down in that bot lane as well as we go into drafts here soon.
Right, so of course on paper, as we've been discussing, it would almost always be the case that anybody looking at this match, they would favor AL, right? So if you're WE here coming in as the underdog, typically in the draft, you want to give yourself some kind of, I don't want to say cheese, but I mean, cheese could work, but anything that can kind of make the game a bit more spicy. I feel like if you're playing a super traditional game where both teams have stock standard drafts, you're just going to be at a deficit. So that's why what I quite like to see is really playing around champions that can apply the global pressure. We've seen that a lot in the current meta. And, 4 champions that particularly come to mind when it's this is in the mid jungle would be Nocturne and Pantheon for the jungle pool. I think Monkey, he's quite proficient on those champs. He could definitely influence the map with those. And then in the mid lane, you've got Ryze, you've got Galio, you've also got the likes of Talia. And I think these are the types of champions who can really add some kind of extra layer of difficulty for AL to have to work through. They do have very good macro, so it's going to be hard to out macro them with those champions. But as I said, I think you're going to want to add some kind of element to make this draft a bit more volatile, honestly. The more volatility, the better if you're WE, as far as I'm concerned.
And speaking of some of that for both teams, like, the volatility is really important, but also we've seen them kind of go with, especially bot lanes that can play a little bit safer. I know, Corki has been a big one for Hope so far as well, but the Ezreal has started cropping up for both these guys, and I'm very curious at how quickly that evolves here in this series. Obviously, it's only best of 3, so you get to go through that very quickly, but I wonder how much away from this bot lane, even though it's WE's forte to play towards this bot lane, that we're going to see to kind of give those resources to these junglers. Is there any picks that you're really looking forward to tonight? Is there anything that you've been eyeing on that you're really hoping kind of continues to be or becomes a staple of the meta right now?
Well, I mean, the thing that I'm probably going to keep harping on tonight is I can't help but think about it, how it feels like AL had this flow state that they were just completely dominating in, and they have been in this for it's almost been a year now that they've just been completely dominating the league and internationally. They've been doing extremely well. And I really think that was disrupted and that was broken in that third game that they played in this split, when Hope had a 5,000 gold lead on Yunara and got completely one-shot because Kael flashed away from him to go Mikhail's and Luluwalt Shanks instead of playing near Hope. So I want to make sure that Kael sticks near Hope, and I want to see Hope if he can get his hands back on that Yunara to get his redemption arc on that Yunara. So that's what I'm going to look out for, is Hope on a hyper carry such as that and getting his redemption.
All right, well, we're getting into the draft now. AL will have that first pick, obviously, and WE had chosen that blue side, but we'll see in the end what kind of first pick priorities are going to be looking like. The Rumble comes through. That's a tried and true classic, as well as a comfort from Cube as well. The Ashe, maybe the Seraphine to follow here for WE. We saw it at a little graphic post on Twitter, one of the best bot lane duos we've seen, at least last week in the LPL as well.
Yeah, my eyebrows were immediately raised when I realized that Rumble was left open. So that was pretty perplexing me. I mean, that champion is completely broken, Riot. Drew Levin, please send help. But yeah, so this is the kind of draft where both teams probably knew what they were getting themselves into. Like, this first 3 picks for each side are kind of probably already fully thought out. This is kind of pretty standard. You know, you can see they're immediately drafting it, right? As soon as the Rumble comes in, bang, Ashe Seraphine, bang, Ezreal Bard. All this is completely planned out. This is where it's going to get really interesting, you know, implementing the second ban phase to try and see if you can snipe what the enemy team is looking for here. So I suppose as AL, this Ambessa is a hypothetical flex pick, but I know that a lot of people really quite like the Ambessa matchup into the Rumble. You can just have ridiculous amounts of shielding with Hex Drinker and Eclipse and just absorb all of his damage and just be a really powerful character come into the mid game. So I'm not really sure what each team is looking for here. If I were to think about it a bit, it's that no mid laners have been selected yet, and AL is going to get the first choice of that. So that's a bit interesting to me that they would ban Azir. However, their comp is pretty heavy magic damage right now. Unfortunately, there's like no good physical damage mid laners in the meta, as far as I'm concerned. So
My God, the jungle bans.
We'll have to see.
That's 3 Tarzan bans from WE, by the way.
Yeah,
taking away some
of
his most potent picks. Still has some options on the table, obviously. The Nefiri is something I look at as well, but with all the lockdown they have, I feel like Nefiri is going to be really tough to play. We'll see, though, as WE will end up having that counter pick here, so we'll see what they want to kind of save that for. If it's going to go towards Monkey, if they're going to think about giving it to Kars.
Yeah, I mean, Nocturne is still open. I feel like that champion is just really strong right now. I'm not really sure what other jungler picks you would really want to look for here. I mean, Xin Zhao somehow is still open as well. I can't believe that I'm saying that, actually. So I feel like you've got to pick one of those two, but you can maintain the Ambessa flex for the meanwhile. So the anti-blind, I don't know how I feel about that.
Give the resources to Monkey. Counter pick for Monkey, play around Monkey, give him all the setup tools. That is what we're seeing from WE, and I absolutely love it because they have very much picked a comp that can play around their jungle. And we do see the Mel come through for AL. We'll see what the follow-up is going to be for old Tarzan there as he goes with the lockdown potential of the Skarner. A lot of CC chaining possible here with this AL comp.
Yeah, that is a lot of CC, but there is pretty bad news in terms of this draft for them. It's that it's probably one of the greatest Merc Treads angles of all time if you're WE here. And quite frankly, that can matter quite a bit because their physical damage profile is extremely low this game. They've quite literally only got like Ezreal Q, and obviously, I mean, Ezreal as a marksman, he's going to do a lot of physical damage, but that's just one character. That's it.
Let's go.
Wow, the Ambessa jungle, I think it makes a lot of sense because if it's going to be Skarner, Ambessa is going to be able to, you know, duel with the tank like that and offer a lot of damage. And you can just pick Sion, who's like Sion has just always been a staple pick for so many patches now. So if anything, you get to have that as an extremely tanky champ juggernaut in the top lane, and it's now out in the Fearless because of course, you know, both teams are going to be wanting that. So I don't know, whose draft do you prefer? I think I prefer WE low-key because I don't know, it's a lot of magic damage, man.
If I'm AL, I would like to mulligan a couple cards because the only one we got so far is the roaming of Kyle because he's on Bard. So I'm here. Sure. I'm happy with that one, but you can only mulligan 2 cards. So I don't know how we're going to work through that. I'm very curious. I think the bar of execution for AL is very high. I think best case scenario for this comp looks lethal as hell. But then you also have to factor in that WE have not been able to put together games consistently. So how much is that going to matter in the grand scheme of things?
Yeah, I mean, I remember that the point I was sitting on was that I want to see WE draft something that has some elements of volatility. This isn't necessarily exactly what I had in mind, but I do quite like it because you're getting the most considered overpowered bot lane pairing, you know, and you pick that on your first rotation. That's going to be pretty helpful to just have that on your team in general. You almost always are going to want Ashe Seraphine in any draft. And this Ambessa champion can do some ungodly things, can just do some magic tricks on this champion. You can quite literally take over team fights dealing 10,000 damage. So I'd like to see if Monkey can do so.
Well, we're going to find out here real quick as we're getting in the first series of the night. Can WE win their first game of the split, or can AL redeem themselves? We already get into first blood potential here. Kyle going down, and the WE emote comes out before the Gyos even come out.
Yeah, we're waiting on the Gyos, and that's not good at all for Team AL. This is beautiful. Looks like
Best
WE
case
did their
scenario for
homework.
WE.
Love to see it. Yeah, that's going to really give them an advantageous start to this game. And coming in as the underdog, that's exactly what not only they want, but we as the audience want to see as well. That's definitely going to put them on the front foot in this game and definitely going to give them a really solid chance here.
Now bot lane is in a little bit of trouble here in terms of prio in the lane because, you know, obviously Kyle having to run all the way back from base. But that might be something that comes back to bite them. We'll have to keep an eye out. But so far we have pushing prio from majority of members, if not all lanes for WE. And so I guess before we get too far into this game, even with the first kill going over to WE already, like, are you pretty settled with this WE comp? Do you feel like this gives them the best opportunity to win a game?
Yeah, one of the upsides of this comp is honestly the ease of execution. Because, for example, you've got Annie in the mid lane. Need I say more? You've got Sion in the top lane.
Flash
Need I
timbers,
say
baby.
more? Right? And you've got Ashe Seraphine. That's pretty much, if you're a professional competitive bot lane duo, you know, and you're not proficient on the Ashe Seraphine, then what the heck are you doing, right? So obviously they're going to be quite experienced on this. So if anything, the only champion who has some difficulty in piloting is this Ambessa here for Monkey. So, you know, it's just going to come down to how much mechanics he has on this champion. There's a lot to look out for. One of my good friends is considered one of the better, if not the best, perhaps, Ambessa on the NA server. He's actually in KR right now. His name's Ninky, and he is really good. And I've seen exactly what to look out for on this Ambessa. There's a lot of neat tricks you can do to get some extra damage or to optimize your dashing. So I'm going to keep a close eye on Monkey's Ambessa this game, and I'm going to give you a rating after all is said and done to see if he has the green light from me on picking this again.
I like it. I like it. We'll keep an eye on. But those are the two big spotlights here, the jungle matchups. As we check in with them, though, they are going to be finishing their first clears, kind of splitting the Scuttle Crabs already as well, but I don't expect a lot of action earlier on. I think both of them really want to wait for that level 6 mark to have some proactivity. Monkey's going to go ahead and take his back, even though Arha was giving some pressure to Kyle. But is it going to be that kind of wait and see what happens till we get to some of these majority team fights for both these junglers? Or do you expect to maybe see some action a little bit earlier on in the game between them?
So if we're playing for WE's advocate here, what you want to be looking for, in my opinion, is you really want to make use of this 400 gold lead that you spawned into the game with on about. So you want to get that recall off, really, you know, turn that gold lead into your inventory and start to capitalize on it. Once Ashe redeploys onto the map with the spent gold, that should give you really good conditions to get the first Drake. And unfortunately, it's only a 300 gold lead after the -1. But yeah, this is gonna definitely be what I'm gonna look out for, is them really playing towards this bot side here. The only kind of iffy thing for me is that Annie doesn't have the flash yet. Of course, that was the price that was paid for the first blood. So you're not going to be able to necessarily flash Tibbers in this dragon play if AL is going to want to contest. And since this is the LPL, and every single game I've pretty much ever watched of this league, no objective is given over for absolutely free. It's going to be interesting to see if WE is going to be able to guarantee this Hextech Drake that is spawning here, because you know that AL is not going to go out into the night.
I don't know, though. You see that Ashe Seraphine on the other side, I think twice. As,
you should.
That
very
combo,
well should.
that thing, that scares me. That duo has just been absolutely insane. It's just so oppressive as well, and that gives them so much prio down here to play towards this early dragon. Now, there will be the grubs coming up in 3 minutes, but W want to fully center around this bot lane. Unfortunately, Monkey does not know he's on a ward. So We'll see if they actually do want to move up towards this earlier objective, but Tarzan's going to be okay with just continuing to farm his side of things, get to that level 6 mark with the Impale, and become a little bit of a facilitator for the team.
It looks like both teams have pretty solid information.
Why is he waiting to kill them?
I know why. I can tell you exactly why. Would you like to know? If you look at the scoreboard there, you see how his Scorchling Pup, I believe it's called,
it was on
has
cooldown.
20 stacks. You see, had he slain that camp before minute 530, it would have 21, and his smite would only be 600. Now he's got the 1k smite because of his patience.
Huge. Let's go, Foles. Let's go. All right, he's going to get his second.
Well.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah,
you learn something new every day. Yeah, they're going to start it up. There's a Tibbers utilized in mid lane. You cannot reflect the Tibbers. I'll just tell you that. As it does get a little bit of lockdown going over towards Karis. Kyle has roamed, and that was that first card we pulled. It does burn the flash pretty much on cooldown from Karis. They did not get the dragon either, so that's a little bit of a toughie.
Yeah, so remember we were referring to my favorite 2 cards in the AL deck here for Riftbound, and we didn't get one of them, which was the Tarzan on the carry champ, but as you've been highlighting, we did get one of the utmost important ones, which is Kyle on the roaming champ. And honestly, frankly speaking, from watching Kyle play, I think his Bard doesn't just rival Carria's, it might be just as good, if not better, because I think those two are the best Bards in the entire world. Kyle is essentially a Bard one-trick deluxe. Like, he can play Bard as good as any human on the planet to a one-trick level, right? And he can play all the other supports as well. I think this is Kyle's by far and away best champion, this and his Poppy. So to have him on this is really going to enable them in this early game. And as a matter of fact, it's completely swung it around, because this was supposed to be WE's Drake, but based on a few of lack of synchronization, for lack of a better term, they weren't able to execute the play, and now that's going to end up being AL's Drake, probably off the back of Kyle for the most part.
And it's almost perfectly timed for them to transition up towards top side as well to contest for the Grubbies. They're going to be coming up here shortly. Let's see which setups we get from either side. Is there a team that you kind of favor now that we're hitting these level 6s around this Grub fight?
Yeah, well, until the Merc Treads come in, they've got ridiculous amounts of CC from this Annie Seraphine Ashe. The thing is, you're probably not going to have the Ashe at the Grub fight, though, so it's not going to be able to be the easiest usage of Seraphine's E, where it's just completely broken and it counts as a stun because they already start off as slowed. So, fortunately, their tempo is a bit late as well here. It's pretty crazy that AL is just going to get both the first objectives uncontested, and their comp does scale pretty well. Cube was going to want to have something to say about that.
And he wants to pressure Tarzan out. He's pretty tanky. And Cube himself, by himself, will secure a singular grub for WE. Let's go, baby. A little bit of top lane diff right there, Foles. As we did see some pressure gained by WE in the bot side jungle and the river.
I mean, we absolutely take those as WE because it's really quite nice. And the bonus there is that your Scion taking the grubs, and you see those, not just those big grubs, but those tiny little grubbies, that's going to give him a lot of extra health as well.
Ooh, a little bit of play in mid lane. Shanks is going to burn the flash. The public execution was not able to connect, but you can see some of that instant engage potential that WE is rocking this time around. That ease of execution of just land a couple abilities and you're going to be able to follow it through. As another one comes here, it's not going to hit. Shanks barely dodging out of the way, but expertly done.
And this is why they're pro players, that input there from Shanks to dodge the arrow, because that arrow was placed directly on his path. If Shanks doesn't adjust his pathing with that click there, it's going to hit him. And that's just an example of why these are some of the best players in the world. Really good clicks from Shanks there. In fact, the only reason that he was able to flash Monkey's ult in the first place is all thanks to that Merc Treads rush. So it looks like Shanks is really playing to, make sure that he avoids a lot of this early game pressure that Annie can provide, especially in tandem with M-Best.
This is something I really love from AL. This is something in their best moments. This is how they play. Kyle is just oppressive with the jungle control, with the vision control, paired up with Tarzan. They are duoed up, and look how deep their warding is on that red side of WE. They can play completely around this bot lane if they want to, but it's just something that we've seen time and time again from AL is they love to exert control into the enemy jungle in quadrant by quadrant base.
Right, if we think back to some of the story painting we were doing earlier, it was that WE is almost, and particularly Monkey here, is almost always hovering and playing around this bot lane with his proximity here. So we're going to want to see if that continues to be their game plan that they've been, employing over the course of this season. And Monkey with his next ultimate, he wants to use that towards this bot side here. We see a trade of ults in the top lane. Again, I highly doubt Monkey is going to visit this lane even once in the first 15 minutes. So we'll keep our eyes on Monkey
start.
Here. I love that. I love that. I saw the serrated dirt come in. I saw the Caulfields, and I was like, is he gonna do the most base thing ever of buying, a hubris in a tier 1 pro match? And he absolutely does. And you just gotta respect him for it. He's got aura for it.
Yeah, I'm absolutely here for it because go big or go home. We also see the protoplasm harness on the other side for Tarzan, another new item coming in 2026. As Dragon setup has begun yet again, 50 seconds away from AL claiming a potential second Dragon if they want to stick around. There will be a lot of vision play down here by both sides. I'll see if they want to revisit as both junglers are going to try to go clear a little bit more.
So typically you're rushing Profane Hydra on the Ambessa jungle. It offers you a lot of efficiency in terms of clear speed and a lot of AoE damage, which you really love, based on your kit with your Q and your E, etc. So the reason that Hubris, or the only way rather that Hubris can actually be a better item to opt for as your first item is if you're able to use its passive, right? Which involves killing people. So in order to do so, the only real champion you can look for here is Shanks with no flash, right? You're not really getting through a protoplasm harness Tarzan. As we said, Monkey doesn't really ever go top anyways, so I highly doubt he's gonna look for Flandre. And Hope Kyle have all their sums. It's Ezreal Bard with Arcane Shift, with the Magical Journey. The only way to stack this Hubris, as far as I'm concerned, is Shanks or a huge fight down here, which I would
All right, this is the first time we're seeing WE's comp come together. I think this is an important moment. TP is going to come in on the backside from Flandra. He's not going to be answered with Cube, so it's going to be a 5v4 right now. Arha just gets completely shut down. The flash impale comes through from Tarzan, and that's the facilitation from the GOAT in the jungle. And that's going to be a big 2-kill play from AL.
They just have so much awareness, Mazel. They're timing summoner spells to the T. They knew Cube had no TP there, and they knew that WE was overstepping by posturing for that Drake. And I think WE quite frankly disrespected AL's awareness here, but they've got a chance to res this play.
50-50. It's going to be the knock into the wall. Oh. You got the Dragon Monkey, but what did it cost? It might have also costed your life, as we are going to see so much damage head his way. Kyle barely escaping for the moment from Cube, but Cube has now found a flank angle. He's going to immediately flash over the thick part of the wall, get wall banged there as well, and just be taken down. Shanks gets another one, and Shanks is on 3 kills early on into this game.
Thank goodness for all the WE fans in the world that Monkey smites that Drake, because or else this game is probably completely cooked from this result right here. You see Flandre really making use of that discrepancy in CC time. Meanwhile, Arha here, he should have flashed way sooner after he CC'd there. He's never going to live. And unfortunately, with the positions that they're finding themselves in there,
they're going to try to get Shanks. Rebuttal came through. Really nice flash from Shanks, but I don't think it was enough. About goes down. The 1-for-1 in the bot lane. Kyle comes through, but it will be a trade.
I mean, you absolutely take that because your Ambessa has hubris and just got 700 gold, Mazel. This champ can completely pop off now.
Stall's impact was stopped there, but the Impale tries to come through, gets Kars' flash. Dude, Kars has had to burn his flash on cooldown 3 times in a row. That's crazy.
I really do like the Skarner pick. You know why? It's because Annie, Seraphine, and Ashe, they can't do anything. If a Skarner is just Ixtal's impacting towards them, you're just gonna get rammed into the wall and impaled. You don't have any sort of mobility to evade that. There is one nifty trick that mid laners around the world have finally discovered thanks to a wise young fellow in the Republic of Korea called Genji Chovy. And
I think you might know him.
yeah, maybe you've heard of him, maybe not. Actually, fun fact, a belt guy did play on the same team as him for a few games while Ruler was taking a break in the preseason. But yeah, it's going to be the Rocket Belt. You're going to want to really see this on the Annie so that you can actually avoid all these Skarner ganks and not have to flash every 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's a tough place to be in, and now WE in an even more tough place as they do lose that Rift Herald. All of AL kind of streaming up towards this top side. They just want to use the Rift Herald to take down the turret. Karis and Monkey were trying to set up a play here, but he's going to go straight onto Karis. He does end up getting the impact through, and that's going to be an instant burn onto Karis. You thought Annie had the fire, but it turns out Shanks was the one that controlled it all along. And One Piece fans out there are going to be a little bit happy as Monkey does end up just dying to Flandra's burn. And it's looking like AL's back in this one at least. WE have fumbled the ball, and AL picked it up every time.
Yeah, Monkey just gets completely incinerated by Flandre there. That was ridiculous. That's probably why you're not wanting to... That's probably why Rumble has such a high ban rate, Mazel, because that was absolutely crazy amounts of damage. But, yep, there he goes, completely into the green screen realm here.
You know, we're going to go back to our opening hand because they were ahead at 15 minutes, and we did say they have a 100% win rate at 15 minutes with a lead. So maybe they'll keep on to that as Enchanted Crystallero dodged out over the Arcane Shift, and unfortunately the Unstoppable Onslaught will also go a bit wide. Hope, even with the little amount of mana he had, is perfectly fine. AL find themselves at a 4.5k lead almost 7 minutes into the game, with another Dragon coming up in about 1 minute and 20.
We're gonna take another look at this here. I really like the spawning, the usage of the Rift Herald here. This is not a safe position for WE due to the legs of the Rift Herald. There's just nothing you can really do to survive this. And unfortunately here, the numbers that AL is bringing, this is the map play that we're used to seeing from AL, just really making use of all of their tools, all of their champions. You saw such good usage there of the Rift Herald, Tarzan's kit, of the Tempered Fate.
Yeah.
There's no counterplay there as WE.
The little thing there is that he didn't slam Karis into the wall, which I think, obviously gets a big stun up, but he knew that you were going to be able to get the lockdown anyways with Shanks, so he brought him even further outside of turret range. I love little things like that. As speaking of, there's a couple little things fighting a really big thing in the bot lane, and we'll see if they're enough. It's going to be like the Godzilla fight here. As Cube is fine, he will end up backing away. A lot of pressure is going to be coming on this bot side because AL decided to funnel so many resources down there now. I do like that WE are trying to be proactive on the top side of the map and get a trade.
Yeah, I think they're almost being too proactive here. They've got 4 champions fixated around this tower, and AL's position is so clever. If there's going to be 4 champions up there, whoever you send can just get completely deleted. So why send anyone? You're probably just going to die, right? Just keep playing.
Dude, it's a base race
side down here. Yeah, well, how did we get here?
Just going an old-fashioned base race, baby. Plates be damned.
Yeah, the only thing is that they've got 4 champs here where they've only got, 2 or 3 down there in the bot. So all this XP and gold is being shared. So these champions aren't really progressing their, their items or their levels here. So sure, they get the tower, but I think that they're going to need to have some kind of a farming round here to really keep up, because if you look at these inventories, there's a lot of huge discrepancies here. And I called on it earlier, but it looks like Shanks is actually, an attendee of the Church of Chovy, because he's already picked up that rocket belt for himself. And Karis, on the meanwhile, still has yet to complete his. So that's that biggest gold we've got here, and you can see it fully itemized already.
Oh man, and Monkey's just gonna get ran through here as well. True Shot Barrage on top of it. as the encore comes through, but it might not be enough. Public Execution goes back to try to get Shanks. Shanks gets shut down. That's a massive shutdown for WE. AL overextended their hand. They will get one back. Tarzan going for the blast cone. He should be fine. And here comes Flandra as well with his flame spitter, burning everybody down. Tarzan even throws another rock over the wall and gets the help with the kill. It's going to be the knockdown with the decimating smash coming through here. Kyle still skirting the edges of possibility, and Cube cannot get him. Hope takes the kill, and AL find an even further gold lead in game 1.
This AL comp with this kind of a lead is extremely impressive, Nizal. You can hardly even counterplay any of this as WE. You see just how hard they try to kill Tarzan there, and he's completely unkillable with this build he's got here. This 2-level lead, this protoplasm harness, you just can't really die. Thankfully, they're able to find this look here on the Shank, spending as much as is necessary to take out that kill, but yeah, just look at this value this item that Tarzan has is getting him. He's just completely unkillable, gets the movement speed, gets the healing, builds himself a distance, and Cube here, a very bold and ambitious flash.
Oh my god, we didn't see Tarzan kill Car. Oh.
Wow. That's...
Tarzan's back. The MVP's back. His seat was left warm for him, you know.
I mean, low-key pun intended, that's gotta sting, because you literally just got... You would think that you're out and that the play's over, but bro just comes back with an extra 1k health and just one-taps you into the wall, man. That's gotta sting.
That does indeed, and even if Shanks got shut down, he is still masterfully ahead. 2.5k lead. Does have kind of a half item, almost full item completion over Karis. It's going to be important to keep an eye on.
So one of the reasons, of course, why if we even get the chance to talk on it here, never mind, we got AL starting up the Baron. How are you possibly going to enter this as WE? This could be a pump fake, but I have a feeling it's quite a real attempt here at finishing this.
I think it's absolutely real that they want to fight. That's going to be the tip of fate coming through. They're going to get the execution there onto the back line. They do end up getting one big impale coming through, though, and there's the golden eclipse to even the odds. Here comes Flandra with his flame spitter again, burning Monkey down. Monkey just gets smote there by Shanks and his golden light, and Tarzan and Kyle will chase down the scraps left. Cube, the only one left from WE, but the wall will fall nonetheless. Straight to Baron, AL can go and further this lead here.
Yeah, I'm honestly looking for some silver linings for WE in this game 1 here. Something that they're doing right. And gosh, I think I'm at a loss for answers. I haven't really seen anything that looks too positive from them here. Like, I don't know how to say it in a more friendly way, but I think they got some decent looks here with Monkey on the Ambessa, but yeah, unfortunately, they're just way too behind here for this to work. You know, they're able to find the pick onto Hope, but these champions AL have drafted for themselves are just so extremely powerful. You've got the Rumble just breathing fire over all of them. You got Tarzan, completely unkillable. All the CC Shanks here.
Oh my god,
in no man's land.
They're sending everybody. It's a double TP down here for one person. About is gonna die in a 1v5. Shanks still gets a kill back. That's going to be huge.
Kills there is crazy, and it looks like they might not necessarily be out here.
Oh my god. Tempered Fate from Kyle, a classic for him on the Bard, feeling like himself once again. AL looking to put the closing touches on this game number 1, and I hate to harp on it, but man, we set up for WE that this comp was so lethal, and I still think from ahead, this comp is so impossible to play into, but AL were able to find leads and really kind of separate WE in a lot of cases.
Let's see here, Seraphine all going out there, the Encore. I don't even know what exactly they're fishing for. Oh, looks like they got
Enchanted Chrysolaria also, yeah, Enchanted Chrysolaria also got used.
Honestly, not bad at all. The Baron still has about 90 seconds left, and you've only lost the mid lane tower here. Although AL is still on the map, still wanting to apply pressure. This was the Encore we saw.
Observers, no, observers. Oh no! They
Meanwhile-
bounce out of the bot lane. Meanwhile, at the base.
It's pretty tanky, man. It's pretty tanky.
Oh, he tried to predict. He tried to get a out with the impale, but it's not going to be enough. Temper Fade did come through. They're going to get the Istall's impact. Oh my God, Tarzan, watch the Azael video. That's incredible. He timed it so beautifully. Shout outs to Zale and shout outs to AL, who feel a lot more like themselves against the competition that they should be smashing.
That's a kill.
Gold up. Flandre is going to go down, but not before doing a ton of damage. That's 1,100 gold right back. Golden eclipse from the skies, and it's like we're watching Arcane Season 2 all over again. It's going to be AL trying to close down this mid and bot with the super minions.
Yeah, I mean, AL low-key styling on them. You can see Tarzan just feeling himself, going for the flash impale. I think he honestly kind of knew that he doesn't even need to hit that. Just with about having no flash, you can't really defend that as the Ashe there. Bard is just so effective into these immobile champions. You can't dodge the Tempered Fate, and really good combo, actually. I haven't really seen it before, but just Tempered Fate into Ishtall's impact. That's a really, really powerful combo. You're almost never surviving that without flash, right? So you gotta love the draft here from AL. I mean, who needs Tabe? I mean, they've got some tricks, man.
I think, you know, it might be a sore spot. I don't know. For me, it's the fact that he timed the run-up with the Ishtall's impact to the exact timing that the Tempered Fate turned up, which is just, that's insane, because the build-up on the Ishtall's impact takes forever to get to high speed, so, hey, shout out to the GOAT. They did get another dragon during all that, so they do put themselves on Soul Point, but massive leads across the board, about a 3K individual lead for Shanks over Karis. Meanwhile, there's 2,000 gold leads on top and ADC. It's going to feel really nice for AL. Again, this is a team that has lost 4 games in a row, 2 series in a row in 2-0 fashion, and looked very unlike themselves in the mid-game. There's no worries of that here in game number 1, as they should be handling this series, and so far they are.
Yeah, they're looking to close this one out tutorial style, get 2 of the inhibitors, and then everybody group up for the 3rd one, take the objectives as is necessary. About caught.
Oh, on top of the equalizer as well. They can't really step up, but that will go down. Minions are going to be coming out as all 5 members of AL trying to struggle what to do next, I guess. They're winning too hard. The steak is too buttery, fools, as they just need to find a way to crack that final piece of the base open.
I mean, absolutely. They've just got complete spoils of war here. They've got the pick of the litter. They can do absolutely whatever it is that they want. And, you know, frankly, they're waiting for these minions, these super minions, to reach into the base, and now WE is going to get picked apart. You can't be everywhere all at once. And AL is just going to overwhelm them here.
Oh my God, he wanted it so bad. He was waiting. He's like, oh, I want to impale, but I don't have flash. Unfortunately for WE, they're going to have to answer that bot lane. Monkey has been sent, and Cube has also been sent, but his sending was to the graveyard, as Flandre will take down his opposition in the top side now. Tarzan and AL have full control of WE's base. Temper Fate's going to go a little bit wide there and try to get this equalizer in. Cars taking a brunt of damage. As the final siege looks like it is nigh. AL with a domineering game number 1 over WE. One final desperate engage from Monkey as the Gold Eclipse claims 1. Another kill claims another, and there's the encore coming through now on top of it, but it is a very silent song from WE, as unfortunately they will be wiped clean of this Summoner's Rift, only to etch-a-sketch themselves into game number 2 as AL take game 1.
GG. Yeah, I think as AL, you've got one of the most important cards. You've got the Kyle on the roams, and you saw just how much he was able to get done on that Bard that game. He was completely putting in some work, and honestly, that early game, a lot of it's thanks to him. It looks like WE, their coach, or they really had some prep about what AL's level 1 was going to look like, so they were able to kind of finesse their way towards that first blood. You know, they were able to catch out Kyle, but ever since that one mistake that did take place, it didn't seem like there was almost anything else that went WE's way for the rest of the game. Honestly, AL had a lot of really good macro, a lot of really good team play, and this type of composition, they knew exactly how to pilot it and exactly what to avoid doing against WE's comp, and it was a pretty tutorial style win. They just beat them as you're supposed to.
They just beat them. I like that.
They're just better, man.
They just beat them.
all they have
Tarzan
to
is
do.
apparently still the king of the jungle when it comes to monkeys, and that's going to reign true until they make Tarzan. Was there a second one? I don't know. Tarzan, whatever the next one is. But I do really want to harp on the fact that AL looked a lot cleaner. It's against worse competition, obviously, than what they've been facing recently, and that's something to think about. But I came into this one saying that this needs to be a confidence builder for AL. Yes, we're in a double round robin, but damn, man, you can't be losing games like they've been losing. You got to show a little bit of fight, a little bit of love, and I think we see them in a very confident position, able to execute from the front, which sometimes has been a little bit questionable for them. And that, at least for AL fans all around, has got to feel a bit good.
Yeah, it absolutely does, because both of these teams coming in on pretty big losing streaks, you know, WE's being twice the size of AL's, you know, the 8-loss streak versus the 4. But both these teams really wanted to come into this series tonight and break those loss streaks. Unfortunately, only one of those teams is going to be able to do that. But at least for me, what I would like to see is the WE to at least take one game. And if you can't take a game, I want to at least see them have a lead, at least see them have an opportunity or some kind of favorability, anything at all that makes me see some promise from this team. Because as I've been watching them, you know, I'm quite a believer in Karis myself. I really think he's pretty good. You saw he was completely cooking that early game against Shanks. It was honestly, a lot of it was thanks to that first blood, which meant he was able to get level 2 from the first wave and just zone him. And you would think that that would net them a pretty huge advantage. But unfortunately, I think that they just didn't sync up as a team very well to facilitate, you know, securing the objectives together. You know, from playing a bit of, you know, competitive myself, it can happen where you just assume, oh, this objective is pretty simple. I'm just going to start this up. You guys go do your thing. And this is going to be pretty, but you can never count out the possibility that the enemy team is looking for a really opportune contest. And AL contested the objective really well in the early game. And after that, they just had a better macro fundamental understanding of how to play. And this really helps answer the questions of, are they able to help prove and rebound from this sore spot that they've found themselves at?
Yeah. And this is obviously tongue-in-cheek, a little bit of fun, but they made Ash Seraphine look pretty balanced, and you know, that's always a good thing.
I don't know how they did that. That's a pretty hard thing.
I don't know how they did that either. But a little thing as well is that AL did win their first game on red side of the split, which is going to feel really good after only winning on blue side. But yeah, I think Tarzan deserves a ton of praise for this game, at least. Much more like himself, much more aggressive, much more just keep the pedal to the metal and force decisions from the enemy jungle. And while the first pathing, yes, was very kind of ships in the night, you know, get your full clears, go somewhere else, don't contest objectives in a lot of ways because WE didn't want to. It still was a lot of these moments, a lot of the kind of in-between moments afterward where he's just consistently getting lockdowns, completely shutting down multiple parts of WE when they're a team fight-centric team, and being able to kind of, like I said, lead from the front, which is a common theme for AL in a lot of these.
Yeah, we wanted to see Tarzan on a more damage-heavy carry champion, but somehow I think he makes the Skarner kind of look like that. Like, just the way he's moving, man. He be just drifting and sliding around the map, just, you know, stunning that guy, ulting that guy, burning those guys' sums, taking this objective, that objective. He was just putting in work on the Skarner,
I get PTSD when I see him pick Skarner, because I remember when I was in Xi'an and watching him pick Skarner in a do or die game in the playoffs in game number 4 and just absolutely losing when Skarner wasn't even reworked yet. And like, so I think
he had the spires, like you had to like collect it at like level 1.
No, like he had the breeds of but then they like nerfed him a bunch after he had gotten released. But in the end, you know, at least this is a little bit redeeming point for me. I'd say that, you know, his Skarner still looks pretty damn lethal. And being able to kind of have that team-wide lockdown against a comp that really relies on the kind of multiple pieces coming together that WE had drafted for themselves, it's got to feel good to kind of keep that game plan in mind and be able to execute it. But I guess that's where we start asking ourselves what this MVP is looking like. Do you also agree that it's Tarzan, or do you think it's somebody else?
I mean, I think Tarzan immediately jumps to mind, of course. You know, it seems like the obvious answer, and almost always the obvious answer is the correct answer. I'm trying to think if there's another alternative, and I think it would only probably be Kyle, just because he was putting in a lot of work on the bar. But if anything, he was more of the supportive crew for Tarzan. I really feel like Tarzan was spearheading a lot of the momentum from this game, and Kyle was just there to back up, which is exactly what we wanted to see from AL, and something that we did not quite see from WE, you know, from Monkey and Arha. So yeah, personally, I think MVP here should go to Tarzan, and I think that it's a lot of it off the back of that support jungle duo.
Like it, yeah, it just does a little good in my heart to see them actually perform together once again. You get Nocturne ulted.
This happens all the time, man. They got a nerf Nocturne, but this guy has Axiom Arc or
Call
something.
Vayne, bro. Call Vayne. Vayne will take care of Nocturne. It's fine.
Facts.
Tarzan does get MVP for game number 1, rightfully
Good.
so on his Skarner, and I guess that starts to beg the question of like, what do we need to see from WE? Feels like their comp was pretty damn good. Do you have, before we go off into the break sunset, do you have any kind of words of wisdom for WE?
Well, I have found myself on some teams that have been completely winless, completely chopped. Nobody believes in each other. We're just playing because we've got a match on the schedule and we know we're probably going to lose, but we're doing our absolute best. And if there's one thing that you can think and that you can believe in when you're on a team like that, you got nothing to lose, Marcel. Nothing.
That's goated mindset.
So
Goated mindset.
just throw everything you can
Do it.
at the wall. Do something extremely unexpected, something that AL has never seen, that nobody has ever seen. Break the meta,
Warwick support.
redefine everything. I
All
want to
right.
see them really change things up going into game 2.
All right, well, let's see it. Before we get going, though, if you would like to support the LPL English project, please consider becoming a coffee member, as coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, and a vast majority of the payments go directly to the show itself, either paying all the volunteers that make this a, weekly moment, since we do have a couple days off now. It's weird. But please, it does help in every way to pay for broadcast package, to help pay for all of these volunteers. And you get early access to a lot of content and stuff, and especially when we do interviews around internationals. Make sure you go become a coffee member if you want to support us, and we will be back for game number 2 of WE versus AL. Welcome back, one and all, once again to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Foles. We got Ilya Shot behind us, and we should have potentially a fun game number 2. Hopefully, the narratives are still there, Foles. Can W in their first game of the split? That is the big thing. Or does AL look a lot more like themselves and continue to maybe down smash on WE at this point? It was a brutal game number 1. So really looking to see what WE can do to bounce back after a very solid compositional draft from them in game number 1.
So, as team WE here, you are staring a 0-10 start in the face as currently 0-9, right? The last thing you want is that double digit. Imagine that. You don't even have a digit in the win column, and you have 2 digits.
That's brutal, Foles.
In the loss column, man. We're staring that in the face right now. I'm sure as Team WE, obviously, everybody cares very, very much. It's not like they're not trying. It's not like they don't care. They're just not as good. But that's okay. You don't have to be as good all the time. You just have to be as good at the right time.
All right,
so,
but we're gonna hold our faith in WE because remember, just a year ago, everybody close your eyes. They lost 6 series in a row.
True.
But then they came back and they won 5 in a row. And then they ended 6th in the regular season.
That's pretty
Can we get to that again? Now, I don't want to say they need to go to 0-6. But maybe they do. I don't know at this point. AL going to be on that blue side this time around. As we'll be getting to draft number 2 and see what WE can give us. We do see some similar bands from that game number 1, especially in terms of general picks like the Karma being taken away, the Lulu, the Pantheon. Varus is also going to be off. Jarvan's going to be gone. Orianna as well. And really wondering what WE want to go with for their first pick.
So for me, the champions that are standing out would be probably Azir and Nico. I feel like I might be missing some, but those are like pretty strong champs here. As for win cons for W, what I want to see them draft, I would like to see Karis on a very high agency champion. This could honestly do it. This was actually the first win con I called on before the series started, and probably never mind to that was gonna be that you can pick some kind of global pressure, kind of drag AL around the map. But honestly, the more that I did think about it, and the more I'm doing results-based analysis right now, I'm starting to think that that's AL's wheelhouse. I think with low-key, they invented. If I'm starting to think about the internationals last year, they didn't invent it, but they almost perfected it. Was kind of toying with the enemies around the map, you know, constantly. I specifically remember it was 2025, and I had this perspective of AL, which was that even when they're down numbers, they're willing to take fights. They're so confident in each other's ability to play off of one another that it's actually a really important skill in League of Legends. Like sometimes you'll have mismatch of numbers, right? Like you'll have maybe a 3v4 in a certain area of the map, but you honestly want to fight with the shorthanded numbers because you just it forces the enemies to expend all of their cooldowns to fight you, and if you're better at clicking, then you can capitalize on that. So anyway, I just think AL is really good at playing around those numbers, and that's why globals is kind of a thing that benefits AL, whether it's on your team or on theirs. So if anything, picking it could have prevented that. But the point I was going to say, I want to see Karis on Azir or Akali, one of those 2 champions. I mean, they did just pick Ryze, so you could opt into one of the vacuum counters, which would be a Nivea or Cassiopeia, but please pick Azir or Akali, man. These are Karis' best champions. I know this guy inside and out, and if he's on one of those champions, can win, Mazel. Can win.
Check mark. You got the Azir. What's a first pick Nami for W? It's interesting nonetheless, but we'll see what they end up going for the AD side of things in that matchup. It is going to be against the Corki for Hope. Right now, AL have all the comfort, it feels like, right? Their Ryze and their Corki, some of the most pick they've had this split itself. I would be very happy with this pick with the Kyle Nico because he is a dastardly Nico and was one of the ones that was kind of bringing it to the forefront when it first came back to the meta as well. here in the LPL. So really, really liking this first 3 from AL. I can see some of the synergies to some extent for WE, but I really want to see them rounded out strong in the final 2 picks.
Yeah, so I agree. It's very important to round it out strong with WE's comp here, but I actually really like what we're seeing from the first 3 picks of W. These are all S-tier champions in the meta right now, all 3 of these. I actually had forgotten that Nami was even available. I was looking at the ban phase because the bot lane meta right now, as far as I'm concerned, is pretty much just Seraphine, Karma, Nico, Bard, and Nami. So you pretty much want to have
too sometimes.
Yeah, and Lulu if you're having the pairings right with Yunara or etc. But these ranged characters are all extremely powerful. Nami being one of the most prominent ones, so her being available is really nice. There's a lot of effective pairings, and honestly, Lucian is one of the lesser picked ones nowadays. You know, you're seeing a lot of Corki with Nami. You can see honestly really any champion with Nami because she just has such good access to healing, sustain, and her crowd control is nothing to scoff at. You know, if you can chuck a tidal wave down a corridor or a choke or as a layering of crowd control, follow that up with a bubble, that's over 2 seconds of crowd control duration, which coming from an enchanter, which is and it can even be AoE. Like you can have like multiple people somehow sharing one bubble, you know, so that's obviously not very comfortable. So yeah, I'm telling you, anyway, this Nami champ is good, the Xin Zhao champ is good, this Azir champ is great. And I might be a bit biased on that last point. But.
I see that. So in our second phase of bans, we did end up seeing full AD focus from AL. We saw the Yorick comfort ban taken away and the Nocturne from WE. Jace was the pick for AL, so we're saving that counter pick for Tarzan, which I really appreciate for AL. But now WE, again, this is their crucial moment. How are you tying this comp together through these last 2 picks?
I really like the Jace, by the way, because the Yorick is the most picked counter into the Jace nowadays. And with WE banning that away themselves, it means that it allows Flandre to opt into that blind pick. And it even has a semblance of flexibility. You can send the Jace into the jungle if you absolutely want to. It's not bad at all, by the way. It's honestly quite criminally underutilized as a flex, I would say. The jungle prominence is really good. It dominates solo queue pretty hard, and it doesn't really have many weaknesses. So I would say that I wouldn't be that surprised if they opt into a counter pick, but this is one of those Riftbound cards that we wanted to see.
It is indeed. I'm also just upset with WE that they didn't pick Jhin on 4, even though they had back-to-back picks. That's just me. Maybe I'm a little mad. It's okay.
Yeah, come on, man. Why not? Like
it was right there. It was right there, Foles. The Nefiri, though, terrifying. This has been one of the most lethal picks in the hands of Tarzan, and I really am interested to see, because again, this was one of the only picks that he had won on so far this split, and that was against Weibo. But into a comp like this, it can be a little bit hard to find your targets. So really looking at him with a lot of the weight on his shoulder earlier on into this game.
So I would say, because of course I'm playing WE's advocate here, I really want to see them take a game into the victory column. And I'm looking at their team comp here, and I would say that these are all, of course, really strong champions. You're probably able to get Prio in mid, you know, and I'm trying to remember who was the bot lane even for AL just there. I know that WE has the Jhin Nami, but it's Nico Corki. Okay, so I think in that case you're having a decent range advantage as WE in the bot lane as well. So here's the thing. You've got some really strong champions, but this comp doesn't really have an easy engage tool, okay? The best thing you've really got is Azir Shuffle, which is extremely unreliable if the enemy has their flashes up, and you've got a Nami tidal wave. So the only real way to play this comp, IMO, is you want to get to the objectives early so you can play with kind of a phalanx, you know, where you just control the space and have a really strong team fight. But if you have to engage, you're good.
Jackets coming off. That means WE are locking in for this game number 2. AL versus WE. Game 2 kicking off now. Oh, I saw the 957 Mystic CA card there. Beautifully done. That's the legends that you need to summon. That's the spirits that you need to bring to the table. That 957 roster was insane. Also, the last time this team, organization at least, went internationally, but that's neither here nor there. We're looking in at this game number 2 of the series, and I don't know if it's really About's birthday. There was a sign that said happy birthday About. If it is his birthday, happy birthday. I'm sorry you're playing Jhin. I typically am not like the biggest knower, and I'm a very, very big Jhin stan. I'm not, maybe the believer is the right word, but between the Nami and Jhin, weird combo, but it can work. We'll see if they can get off the ground going here, but it will be opposite sides going for the junglers.
I mean, this champ can't.
Tarzan.
It's not a gank. It's just the invade.
He's going to the enemy.
Yeah. I wouldn't be too afraid as the bot lane here, because it's just an series, but trading is looking a bit scary here.
Oh, he hit the deadly flares. That's all that matters.
Oh, this is more than just a trade.
Oh,
wow.
Out and Arha come up clutch in the 2v2. Another first blood for WE.
Not expecting that. So the only thing I'm concerned about now is WE's awareness of Tarzan's pathing right now. I think he's honestly just gonna steal the Gromp and dip. I don't even think he's gonna gank bot here. Does he even reveal? Nope, I think he's unseen that whole time. So I still don't think Monkey realizes that his Gromp is gone.
Dude, that's
honestly,
annoying.
It's a bit frustrating, but like it doesn't really matter that much because Tarzan's clear is a bit scuffed now as well. And I'm curious to see how Monkey responds to this information, because how he can kind of process what Tarzan just did. And if anything, it's really hard to access Tarzan's top side as Xin's out here. So ideally, you can at least get a double grab. You just want to make sure you get 28 CS here. You really want to get the 6 camps. That's all. That's very important.
He's like, oh wait, there's a dog. Wait, no, that could be Kyle. The thing is Monkey at that point is just like, really, man, really, like, really. When did you find time? But we'll see if that comes back to bite him at all. He was trying to go for his own invade. Yeah.
Okay, so I always see Monkey do this, where he kind of misreads the fog of war, or like what's actually going on with it. Sometimes he's just standing on random parts of the map that just make no sense. You saw him standing there at the enemy's red looking for it, and unfortunately the red was not up, Mr. Monkey. So the king of the jungle is gonna get the last laugh on this clear, and the cheese is gonna be successful. It's only gonna net him a 1 camp lead, but
dude, Tarzan is being a menace right now. He just didn't care about his blue. He's going for the Krugs here. He is spotted, so they will immediately collapse on this. I think he realizes what's going on. The ward comes out. He's going to jump away. He might look to contest this, though.
He wants
but
that
Tarzan
50-50.
is just a menace this game so far. Like, he is taking full control of what Monkey wants to do, and he's going to take the fight here as well. He's going to be able to get away with that Hound and be able to get a little bit of knockback from Cube to stop the damage coming through. Tarzan's going to have to run away now. Flandra also a little bit worse for wear, as the Dark and Daggers do come through, but they do go a little bit wide. He'll be able to pick up a couple of the little Kruggies on the way out, but he still hasn't taken his blue buff yet.
yeah, I mean, this guy is an absolutely devious menace. There's not many other ways to put it, but you know, Cube did lose his flash, but hey, Monkey gets the Krug, and that is honestly really satisfying. Like when you win those 50-50s against the enemy jungle, especially when they're the ones cheesing you, it's kind of like a get the heck out of here, you bloke. Don't come near my enemy jungle ever again. So that's really nice that Monkey's able to secure that. And if anything, I think Flandre lost more XP than Cube did there. You know, Flandre was 5-4 there, but the wave state was more advantageous for Cube. So, I mean, these are the kind of things that can add up. The only thing that I don't like to see here is that Flandre has this much of a gold lead, because look, as the observers are highlighting, he got 2 plates before minute 5, Mazel. Before minute 5.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough dude. My new question is, will Tarzan ever take blue? Dragon is up. And W does have a little bit of prio coming towards them now with the redeploys coming through. It does look like Monkey's going up towards his top side of the map. So I think Dragon is actually going to sit by the wayside for the time being. And those early objective focuses won't necessarily be there until potentially the Grubbies come up, which will be an extremely important fight if they do want to contest over it. A control ward will be cleared out, as Monkey has been spotted out. At least a little bit of information given over to AL, and Tarzan will finally take his blue. And that's the next big question is level 6s are aplenty or very close for a majority of members. Monkey a little bit behind on the XP, but once we get to this level 6 mark, is there differences or changes in the potential for both teams in these next fights?
Yeah, I mean, the most pivotal level 6 player would be Cars, because especially after burning the ghost out of Shanks there, he's definitely quite vulnerable to the good old-fashioned swoop, the good old-fashioned shuffle. But that's gonna definitely take it's gonna have to definitely take some coordination, because you know, of course Shanks could just flash it, and it could be really awkward sometimes going for the shuffle. Enemy flashes it. It seems decent, right? Like your cooldown is shorter, but your cooldown is more important, low-key. Like if you trade Emperor's Divide for enemy flash, they're almost certainly going to get the Drake off of that.
Yeah,
so
they're going to start it. Sure. I like that Monkey's trying to get this wave cleared as quickly as possible. He's given a little bit of time over, and information had been handed down, so Tarzan will back away from the dragon. Monkey's going to start it up. We got to take a really close look at who can move first from both sides. We are going to have a collapse here, Foles.
Okay, so they're supposed to be able to start this. This is a good start, but because it's WE versus AL, I'm extremely nervous right now.
That nervousness full you. Tarzan decides, I'm not going to toss the game on a first Dragon Smite fight. I'm going to back away. Let AL play a little bit more reserved, and WE will get their first dragon.
Hey, let's go first blood, first objective. This is really good. We've got a huge gold lead in the bot lane. You see the CS discrepancy about 25 for this Jhin Nami. Okay, Lizelle, they've got themselves a really fighting chance here in this game too. I'm not sure how they're gonna keep this up, but so far so good.
So far so good. And sometimes that's all you can ask for, honestly.
Right.
The grubs are up now. See teams reassign, as we do see both supports kind of getting on that roam style already. A little bit of vision clearing by Arha, which will be really important as the fight is going to be kicking off here. Really waiting on the setup from AL, as they were a little bit, apprehensive of taking that dragon fight, which I agree maybe was a little bit of a weird entrance. Like you said, WE had the right to start that one up, but it looks like they're not going to shy away from their aggressive ways and go try and catch Monkey in the jungle ahead of a fight. Oh, yeah, Monkey, what are you doing in the jungle, brother? As Pop Blossom comes through, he might have just sacrificed his life. No, the bubble from Arha changes the fight, and Karis comes in with the sweep of the leg. As that's the Realm Warp coming through, they should be able to escape, but that's a big pick onto Tarzan. It will be traded back, though, 1-for-1.
I can't believe that Tarzan actually fell there. It looked like Monkey was completely one-shot, but Nami offering a lot of healing there.
Don't do my boy Jhin like this. Please, observers, go away.
Walk it off, buddy. Walk it off.
He can't do anything.
He's gonna be okay. He's gonna be okay, Doctor. But that was a little too close. From about there, he's still got his sums, so he's not actually in threat of dying, but you don't want to actually expend those down there. I was thinking how he was supposed to do better, but here we go. Monkey not wanting to give up the Raptor, but this is extremely bold clicks here. Not only contesting the Raptor, but completely dashing straight onto Tarzan. It makes you wonder, perhaps this is a bait. He knows just how much healing Arha can offer him. He knows how much CC they have with the Emperor's Divide, with the Tidal Wave. So I'm thinking it's a half bait, half Monkey being Monkey.
Cube getting ran down by the dog. That hot dog is hungry, and he's going to make mincemeat out of Cube, as Shanks will end up picking up the kill. There's a little bit of redemption. The gold lead going in favor of AL. Yeah, that bubble in that play was so clutch there from Arha. Absolutely incredible. But we will see now that AL take full control of the topside river and start up the grubs.
Yeah, I mean, for some reason in my head, what I was going to say before the previous replay was that I felt like the game state was really chill for WE because, the inventories are fine. You've already got the first Drake. You've got some gold leads. And I thought that what they could do is have a pretty even 4v4, look in the top side. All the champs have similar power levels. And then what you could do was make use of About's kind of, range advantage and his ability to click waves pretty fast with his Q. I was thinking there's a timeline where you can play 4v4 into that grub pit and then make use of the curtain call to make it a 5v4, but unfortunately, neither of those things happened. The 4v4 looked pretty ugly, and then the 1v1 between Hope and Abel looked pretty ugly as well. Let's see how they actually reach him here. Shank's just ghosting straight on top of him, and they've got a lot of crowd control. Once they're able to catch up to you, they even got a bunch of damage as well within the Fury. The lower you are, the more that Q2 is going to do, and you're not able to quite survive that as Cube. You lose the grubs off the back of that. It does, you know, not feel great, but you got to be pretty content about the other facts of the game. You did get that first blood. You got pretty big gold on about here. He's probably going to complete his quest at a pretty solid pace, and you've got the first Drake. Drake's Mazel are so OP, man.
I'm so here for you saying that a lead on Jin matters. Let's go, my goat. That's right. That propaganda needs to keep on going. All right, let's go. No, we will see if About can make the difference here. I will say we do have our first items coming up for a majority of members, especially on the side of WE. So right now, they're actually living on a power spike over a lot of AL. Yes, you do have the Hubris and a couple items completed for key members from AL, but we talked a little bit about what the ults do to change the chemistry of these fights. Does first item really influence either side well or badly?
Yeah, I would definitely say that it could have there. You know, you had 3 completed items in Karsabat Arha on the boss side, versus Shanks, Hope, Kyle not having theirs. Shanks picks up the Roa, but frankly, that's not much stronger than the components anyway. You don't actually get many stats from turning the Catalyst and the Blasting Wand into the Roa. It only comes over the passive, and that's a pick.
Ooh, Hope flashing to the side will not escape the ire of Jin. And the third shot will come through from About. And he'll get himself a birthday present if it's his birthday. That's a double Pop Blossom now, and there's going to be the Hound's Pursuit utilized by Tarzan. They can't really follow it up because of the Crescent Guard, and Kyle has to flash away from the rest of the team.
That is extremely favorable sequence for WE because in theory, you're supposed to just lose that Drake there and be quite sad about it. But instead, you don't just get Hope, you get him and you get his summoner spells. And you know what else? You kill him before he can afford Trinity Force, which is so awkward as the Quirky here. You gotta redeploy onto the map, no Trinity Force, no bot lane quest complete, which is really probably gonna help you afford it because it gives you 300 gold. And so now you're just this really weak Corki who has to go bot, farm the wave, and then recall again. And so, with no summoners now. So this is really nice for WE. They're able to find something there. Flandre even opened bot as Jace to try and support that play and gave Cube a chance to catch up a little bit here.
Ooh, that's the flash out of Flandre as well. Scared of the knockback, scared of the tankiness of Cube. As you do see a lot of the damage done to the turret, the observers showing the differences between the top lane turret health bars. Yeah, about a 1.5k lead for About, and it's been a quintessential part to some of their best moments for W, even though there hasn't been a lot, have been playing around this bot lane. And you love to see About in a position of power, but gotta keep driving that one home because some of the scaling on AL will come into effect as time goes on in this game.
Well, I'll say you this, that what Karis just did right there, if you ever see me playing a Xerath solo queue, I'm probably doing the exact same thing. Just, you can shadow into your laner and you can double up, and then with the both of you there, you could just force the tower, and guess what?
Might have overextended though.
He's got a tower of his own though.
He's got the Sun Disc. We'll see if they want to commit fully. Hound's Pursuit is available there. They won't actually commit to the bit here. Turret's going to last for a little bit longer. That Rift Herald will be spawning now as we set up for this potential team fight. WE are full frontal aggression right now, and it's working out for them.
It absolutely is. We do see a really nice TP spot. He's got the quest complete as well. Jay's coming in with a big shield.
Flandre with the flank, big shock blast coming through as well. You're looking for the engage from Kyle. Pop Blossom will be available, and all 5 members are in this choke point. He's going to get a twofer. That is the Herald going over to WE, and Kyle will just be taken down. I mean, Tarzan's not even in the fight. Tarzan took forever to get in there, and now you got the big curtain call coming through to lower the health bar of Flandre. Tarzan, he's feeling angsty. He wants to go for it, but that's going to be all 5 members of WE making it out scot-free.
And you know what else? Riot is extremely generous about teams that are able to secure the Rift Herald, because not only do you get this really wonderful, you know, beast that you can now drive, but you get the recalls as well. So,
oh no, he has the Hound Pursuit. Oh, but he might get triple knocked up there. It doesn't matter. The bleeds are enough, and Tarzan claims his prize. A latent pick by AL.
Yeah, you see that one going through the game as well. You see Monkey getting pretty frustrated there in the player cams. He's definitely not expecting that one, but yeah, as
Tarzan not go in.
It's chill. It's kind of hard to go in. The thing with Nefiri into Azir is that the W right for Nefiri, the invulnerability frame, is able to go through the Azir ult, right? But the thing is, you can't pass W while you're dashing with your ult. So if Tarzan is to ult in, you can almost always get a guaranteed cancel. But meanwhile,
Realmore play straight onto the carry member. That's the big lead for WE, taken out immediately in the fight. Looks like they're going to get engaged on, though. Big Chorus engaged with the Shurima Shuffle. The Pop Blossom's going to try to play defensively. They were able to get out so far. Wind does not become lightning. Tidal Wave comes through. Shank's going to get a lockdown. Rift Herald's going to come through for WE. They're going to try to take down this mid lane turret. AL make it out by the skin of their teeth. WE are not waiting. Shanks found himself on the other side of the play. He's got no real escape here. He's got Flash. He's got a Blast Cone, but that's about it.
Yeah, he's running for the hills right now. He's definitely looking to flash somewhere if he possibly can. Does he not even have to? Okay, we'll take those. We'll take those.
Okay. I don't know how he got there, but you know, that's a heck of a bush camp. Hide in bush for real, but it's not Faker. Incredible stuff to escape there from AL. But I gotta say, worrying signs for WE. They were about 1,000 gold up. That 15-minute mark came and went, and AL did not have a lead. That 100% win rate is in question, but they've lost that lead now. It's a dead even game.
Let's see how this started off. They're able to just completely get this pick onto a bout. And I'm not really sure how. It's just a realm warp, you know? You think that the space you're clicking into is kind of yours. It's safe. There's not really any enemies here. Well, guess what? Rise is able to defy that logic. And we got every time after replay, there's a fight, Mazel.
Tarzan, bro. Tarzan. What are you going a little early there, buddy? Like, literally, his entire team is going towards mid lane, and he goes into the pit. I like it. Will not get anything for it, and that'll be a second dragon for WE on their way to an Infernal Soul. Very important prio on that dragon objective now moving forward.
Yeah, that's really nice to pick up as WE. That's way more than you'd actually expect. They're doing really well for themselves in this game too. And honestly, as Tarzan, I don't mind it to just go into the pit, and it looks pretty awkward, but I believe he had no wards. Actually, I lied because he has a control right now, so I think he just went in for fun, to be honest. You know, Nefiri has the E, has the W, can't really die there.
You gotta make him guess, you know, make him make decisions.
But unironically, it's actually pretty good to just stress your opponents out whenever you can, you know? Just give them a little cortisol proc from time to time. Just make sure that, you know, they're not getting to do things the easy way, you know?
I'm just going to say I'm disappointed in About. About's a great player. He's awesome. He went with the Mosquito build.
It's full Mosquito build, too.
Dude, second item, i.e. when you're ahead, is the move, but he decided he cannot get into range to do these autos, and he will take the safe way out. That might be a detriment to the entire team comp moving forward. We'll have to check back in on that one as time goes on. Still a decent advantage for him individually, but AL has taken the holistic gold lead now by just a smidgen. And they, again, the biggest thing I want to emphasize, have a lot of scaling on there. Yes, there's good scaling on the side of WE, but AL were the ones in the back seat for the majority of the early game here, and now they're starting to come into their own with second items being completed for multiple members on the Rift right now, full.
I'm honestly just really glad that we get to watch this game state because it's really close, and that means that we're actually seeing a fighting, you know, really well-played game from WE, but we're going to see another fight.
Hold from Monkey. He's going to get caught a little bit. Hope does have to back away. Huge. All out comes through, and Tarzan just gets fully 100-0 during lockdown.
Keep going.
That's going to be the curtain call coming through. Get a little bit slows on Flandre. Flandre's going to flash. Karis waiting for his Shurima Shuffle on the other side. Shanks does have a bit of a flank. Going to go for a little pop onto Arha and run away with his speed as he did pop Ghost. But it's WE that find an answer again.
Yeah, WE, as I was saying, is doing really well for themselves in this game, and I just really am glad to see it because I feel like this team is way better than 0-9. It's not like they're that bad at all. I was watching them in Split 1 when their opponents were more, I guess, their caliber, and they were doing really pretty decent. But ever since they've been in this group Ascend, things have just been so tough for them. So it's nice to see that they're at least able to kind of punch up a little bit here and, you know, show that they can, you know, find themselves in a winning game state against some of these Titans. And this play right here, I think a lot of this is praise to Cube. I don't know exactly what he did, but he crowd controlled the living nightmare out of Tarzan right here. You know,
You didn't get to play the game, bro.
Yeah. Keep in mind, Neferi literally has some of the most insane juggling tools in the game with W, with E, with R, with you know, all its movement speed, with the dogs being able to block spells for you. But you know, if you're able to get on top of him and crowd control him like that, that's a really beautiful pick to find yourself. You even get some sums out. You got Flandre's Flash, you got Shanks' Ghost, you got every single summoner on the side of WE still available.
Yeah.
So,
and I'm just gonna say, Tarzan's forever a GOAT in my book. I'll give him that. There's been some weird positioning in this game so far, like very, very strange. And so I'm very curious at how he kind of rights that ship moving forward, because if he continues to do that, this game might just get a little bit too out in front of him to be impactful. As they're going to try to take down Cube. This is ahead of the Dragon fight, so this would be a big pick. The TP comes through, the Hound's pursuit is unleashed, and the Hounds come a-barking nonetheless. Cube will slowly but surely be dragged down with them as he does a decent job to fight back, but Tarzan still gets the kill in the end.
Yep, Cube dying here 5 seconds before the Drake spawns will he spawn. So he's gonna have his teleport and he's gonna be able to arrive just on time, but that's gonna complicate the setup here. Unfortunately, he lost his flash as well, and I must credit Tarzan for the way he played that. Really beautiful usage of the W, but Laundry out of position.
A little bit of a pick potential. He's just standing still. Okay, I guess he knew he was dead.
Flash.
That's
WE.
kind of weird.
This is something.
This is something. Might be able to take down Kyle. Tidal wave coming through. AL gonna have
We're
to
getting
burn
all
another
the
one.
sums out today.
It's gonna be a lot of
Let's
flashes,
go.
and the dragon is coming up, so that would be soul point on an infernal soul for WE. Looks like that's what they want to prioritize. Double TP coming in the mid lane from Karis and Cube.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but I'm not gonna say they're doing it, but they're doing it. It's winnable, man. We got a 2.3k gold lead on our 80 carry right now. He's almost done being a mosquito once he gets that third item. And gosh, we just got some flashes out as well.
Yeah,
if we don't die here, we're so chilling.
He's bleeding. He's still very tanky. Does get locked down with a rune prison. God, you can see that AL just want to force it. Pop Blossom comes in on the 2. Cube still tanky. Finally goes down. Monkey with the Crescent Guard is going to go back in now onto Shanks. Shanks getting low. WE very, very close to turning this fight around as well. Realm Warp's going to come through there, and AL are just fine.
This is so intense. I love it because AL is like, wait a sec, guys. They're actually they're doing something. They're actually putting up a fight. And I think WE themselves isn't even really, I'll be honest, maybe it's more so Cube than WE, but it seems like they're not really used to this. I think they're not really used to being able to keep up with a team like AL here. And unfortunately, a lot of the advantageous results AL has been getting in the previous sequences have been off of the back of making picks and Cube. So even here, he's taking a lot of CC, but he's not dying. He could have probably just lived here, but I think he played it a bit too strangely, a bit too far forward, Wing forward there and everything. I think even a North American Cassante could have survived that, but it's all good.
All right, all right.
You know what I'm saying? It's fun. We got 3 Drakes, Mizel. We got a 0 on our team, too.
True. They did lose the middle outer turret. That'll be all right, though. They can still find a defense around tier 2s. Does look like WE have turned into the meatball comp. A lot of these players are being set up when 4+ members are just surrounding each other And AL is going to have to find a way to work around that. They have about 3 minutes on a timer until that next dragon spawns and until they got to fight. They are working on 3 items for a majority now. Tarzan already on 3 items. That's huge. No boots yet for him. But you can also see that AL has also subscribed to the meatball comp idea.
So as I analyze this scoreboard and I'm trying to think like how good are WE's chances really? I would say honestly really quite good, because the main reason that I'm saying that, Hope is not gonna have flash for the setup of this Drake. And that is a very big deal, because everybody else is gonna have it except for him. So that's obviously the enemy team's AD carry. That's a very pivotal champion of the enemy team. He's not gonna have flash. The one thing that is concerning me very, very much is how Karis is still level 13. I mean, thank goodness he hits level 14, but you would never catch me
a bit of an XP gap
playing with my team this much. I mean, at some point you gotta do something selfish, right? You gotta get some
trying to get
XP,
his
some
jungle proximity percentage up, you know? It was really low.
He's definitely doing that. It's a bit too much for his own good, but I mean, hey, we take it. It looks like he's probably building a proto belt third here, so he's kind of going. Unfortunately, looks like we're gonna have 2 mosquitoes on WE, not just 1. So I mean, it's chill
He
though.
went the Storm Razor.
You know, it is chill.
Storm Razor
mind
third
that.
item. That might be a first.
He's gonna have a ridiculous amount of movement speed on the bright side. He's gonna have the Storm Razor plus the Fleet, which he can also proc from afar with the Rapid Fire, which, frankly, grants him movement speed. All of it, meanwhile, with a Youmuu's Ghost Blade, that's 2 ways of granting him movement speed. So this Jhin is going to have pretty much 600 movement speed at all times. So that's pretty nice. I won't make it.
It's got to be pretty nice. Pretty nice, you know? Well, you know what else is pretty nice? The fact that we've got this game on a knife's edge, especially with another dragon coming out in about a minute. It will be an important one for WE. It's one that they could give up if they want to, if they don't feel comfortable about the setup there. But AL has to be there, Foles.
Yeah, I'm honestly very concerned about the mid lane status right now. You've got Shanks at level 16 Actualizer Rise versus Karis as level 14 Utility Azir. You know what I mean? So this Rise is going to do way more damage than this Azir possibly can. It's going to make it extremely difficult to contest this. We've still got about 30 seconds before Hope's flash comes up. I would really like to see them force on a Hope, if at all possible, because you're not going to get many more windows than this.
Again, this is a situation where WE could give this one away. They don't need to fight it. Right now, they're going to force the decision-making tree of AL towards the mid lane. They're going to move back, but the wave is going to be pushing in their favor, and they can move into the river if they want to. There's going to be a little bit of poke damage coming out from AL here, but WE struggling to just work their way through the slop into this pit and potentially contest this 5-on-5. Try to catch out Hope. Tarzan is going to get away at least, as he's able to use that intangible to call the pack to get away. And this Monkey moving in, but he's about half health now, and these shock blasts are really hitting home.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see the usage of the top TP here get this huge shield on Cassante. Just survive until then.
TP coming in. That's going to be the utilization. There's the Hound's Pursuit coming in. He's not going to get the reset on that one. AO a little bit split on their entrance, but so is WE. You see Monkey trying to heal up. That's going to be the curtain call initiated. The show must go on as Tarzan is going to look for it. 4 shots, not enough. The cube tries to get a Monkey, goes in. It's going to be Tarzan that steals away the dragon. He's able to deny soul from Monkey and survive. Meanwhile, AL are just cutting through WE. Cube is trying to take down Tarzan, but flashes are coming through from AL as well. Hope's flash just came up. Well, guess what? He used it to get a kill, and now About is running for his life. This Jhin that's gotten so fed is still a Jhin at the end of the day, and it's a double kill for Hope.
So close, but so far.
Away.
At the end of the day. Hey, we take that though. Hey, why not? At least give us something. Okay. I mean, that's pretty nice because it's low-key gonna prevent AL from starting up this Baron. But alas, Mazel, I got my hopes up. I really
We find
thought
ourselves in a
WE.
very familiar place.
And here we are once again. Same old, same old.
I gotta see that
WE.
smite again. That smite was disgusting. Like that he literally smote as soon as he got in the pit. Like that is insane.
Yeah, it was frame perfect here from Tarzan. He quite literally smited it at like the exact execute threshold. I don't think there's no frame where it's less than 1400. That was the
And
only
he
frame.
survived for a long time. Like what?
Ridiculous. And I bet you he dies to the Infernal Soul proc, by the way, if WE gets it. So you can only imagine the butterfly effect had Monkey gotten that smite. You can only imagine.
Tarzan's calling Flandre back. He's like, please, dude, I don't know what to do. I can't kill him, but I can keep him here. Flandre, please.
He's like, come on, man, what's taking so long? But, I mean, unfortunately, he dies in his case for that 1-for-1. But, yeah, alas, I really, really don't like this scoreboard anymore. There's nothing beautiful about it.
You don't say.
Yeah, nothing here is looking too promising. I'm trying to find some kind of silver lining. If this Jin can get his, I believe he was going to turn this components into an Infinity Edge. He just got an extra longsword. If Jin can get this Infinity Edge, the fights are quite playable. You also want to get the Zonias onto Karius. That'll be pretty huge. But other than that, I don't think Monkey's items build into anything in this though. Have you ever seen a tunnel around a giant skeleton in the same?
That's tough. No, why are they highlighting him? I was going to say, why does my champion, my favorite champion, not do well? Please. He had a 2.5k singular advantage over his opponent, and now it's whittled down to under 1,000. And unfortunately, they're dissecting his build, which I do find a little bit strange. And Nashor will be started up by AL, forcing the hand of WE as it's already down. Curtain Call doesn't do a thing as Tarzan smites that one away, and all 5 of WE are running for the hills.
And they've actually got a bit of a pincer here with the Rise or the Nico. They're not going to go ahead and pull the trigger there. They definitely would have had to take in a pretty risky look with some kind of Realm Warp or some kind of Pop Blossom. No flash up yet on Kyle, though. I mean, at this point, I don't even know what you can realistically do. I really think the only way you can possibly do anything is if Bout gets an Infinity Edge. Until then, you just do no damage. And if the enemy's inventories and tools are just way better.
And some of that scaling that we mentioned and talked around so much for AL is really coming online. I mean, we're almost on 4 items now for Shanks, who's still 2 full levels above his lane opponent at this point in the game. And the gold is not going to stop raining down for AL. Baron is there. They can make all of these plays under turrets. They're at 4,000 gold up now. And we have another decision that needs to be made in about a minute's time with another dragon coming up, still on soul point for WE, but the potential to go to soul point for AL.
Yeah, so honestly, it's really difficult to contest it because the enemy team has the Baron stats, which is actually a pretty big deal. So obviously the scoreboard and the XP looks pretty daunting already, but then if you factor in the Baron stats are worth thousands of gold, by the way, and it's on all 5 champions. So to actually fight into this is practically impossible. I mean, you do have, though, I will say, Infinity Edge and Last Whisper on a bout. So maybe, just maybe he can kill everything.
The big thing is Flandre is layering in this poke so beautifully. Look how much damage they do. Tidal Wave coming back. Bubble goes wide. That's your big tool for WE, and they're going to be forced away from the dragon. Big thing here as well. Flandre completed his 4th item. He's on Serpent's Fang now, so all the shields are going to be non-existent for WE. And it looks like AL just have their pick of the litter.
Yeah, they're able to successfully disengage that play off of Arha's Tidal Wave, but the problem is you want to do something. You don't just want to give it away.
Loses
almost
all of his shield instantly from the Serpent's Fang. That was the TP advantage that was gone. The Dragon goes over to Tarzan. Monkey with the Crescent Guard trying to buy time for his team, but they can't get him. And that is going to be Kyle and Shanks getting away from that primary engage of WE as they ping towards mid lane, but there is a massive Doomsday minion lane in the top side right now that they need to deal with.
Yeah, and if I'm Karis, I'm there minutes ago. I'm already level 18 because
He lost
we
the whole
haven't
wave.
seen
There was like
any side
15
laning, man.
minions there.
Yes, it's been like this all game. This guy, I mean, Karis, he's been doing quite all right for himself in terms of like the earlier game, but at some point he just grouped way too much. He just stopped farming, and so he's really much weaker than is necessary here on the Azir. And again, it looks like he's probably gonna group a little bit more. And the thing is that it's just, I don't see how you're ever getting back to an advantageous game state. Like, I don't even know what kind of magic, voodoo magic you can pull to fix this. I mean, Karis needs like over 2,000 gold for his death cap, whereas Shanks is really, really close to his.
How did Tarzay get to level 18 before Shanks? That's crazy. Tarzay getting caught out here as well. He's got a 2-level advantage on Monkey, but he gets very, very low. Tidal Wave going to come across. He's going to flash away. There's the curtain call, but the Pop Blossom comes through on top of the Realm Warp. Still gets Kyle away. It's a neat little trick they use there as they do get away from WE's very desperate advances.
I mean, I don't know if we have any foreshadowers in the chat, but that could just be a really coded engage tool that AL might use later. The Pop Blossom Realm Warp. I'm pretty sure if you time it perfectly, you can appear right on top of them as the Pop Blossom triggers. So I quite like to see that cheeky look, but I mean, it's a bit adventurous. You know, there's no need to do anything like that, but gosh, I can only imagine that not much is going to happen for the next 60 seconds, but the 60 seconds after that is going to be pure chaos as you set up for this Baron and the Dragon that's going to ensue thereafter. You really want to max out your inventory, max out your stats as much as you possibly can. You really want to get a base in here, if at all possible. Like, if even Karis can replace this control ward with another needlessly large rod, like just anything at all. You want to be as powerful as humanly possible. The game itself is almost certainly to be decided in the next couple minutes.
And you really want to try to make up these level advantages because there's 2 level advantages across top, jungle, and mid. If we take a look back at this one, beautifully used to get away. Wow.
Now you see me. Now you don't.
Apparently. But yeah, I mean, AL are just using this brute force of these level advantages really, really well. Baron is coming up in about 40 seconds. Dragon's still not for another 2 minutes. But it's just poking and prodding. You just saw Zanya's completed by Shanks as well. So he'll be on 4 full items with the boots, making it 5. And it's WE just trying to keep together, have all 5 together, and find picks.
Now, I don't know if he should be classified as a bug anymore or what really evolution he's taken here, but About has definitely evolved beyond the likes of a mosquito. This guy's doing some very real damage now.
Like one of those prehistoric mosquitoes in the amber that's like 5 inches big or something.
Yeah, those are huge. He's definitely much more of one of those now.
He's slapping.
Yeah, before he was just a tiny, you know, no bigger than your fingernail, but now he's the whole
That's
size
the growth
of
you love to see,
your
right,
head.
Fools? It's like the personal growth.
He's really
Be
had
the
a whole
mosquito that we
character
know
arc.
you could be.
It's taken him a while,
what's
but
this
he's
flank?
found it.
This flank? Oh my god.
No flash on Kyle, and they've spotted him
Kyle's
here.
in some
This
trouble
could be
here,
huge
guys.
for WE.
What is AL going to do about this? Kyle, pretty tanky here, but not tanky enough. Does switch back to his health bar and realizes how low he really is. That's going to be the curtain call used by About. See if AL can get some recompense in the mid lane with that turret. As, oh my god, they just called the bluff. They just called the bluff of WE. WE were thinking about forcing the Baron. They just end up losing the entire mid lane turret because of it and completing all 5 backs.
That was exactly what not to do as WE, because now not only have you lost your mid lane tower, but you've also given up control of the Baron area. You kind of want to recall some of your characters, but not all of them there, if possible. But I guess this helps you set up for the Drake. We gotta fight.
Oh, Shanks goes gold, and he buys a lot of time here, but the Crimson Guard is huge. Shanks getting away with the Blast Cone with his speed. He was able to use his Ghost. Hope in some trouble now. Q goes for him. That's the Flash Burn from the Corki. Tidal Wave use. A lot of abilities are already down, and WE want to take this tempo and move it straight into a Dragon contest.
Both teams on Soul Point. The game is definitely going to be decided.
Get Tarzan. Tarzan gets his GA pop. That's going to be big. Pop Blossom coming in.
Foreshadowing.
He goes, there's the Realm Warp play, but it's not enough. They go straight for Shanks. They go straight for the head, and that's going to be both big members gone. Tarzan being chased down, gets flashed on by Cars, but Cars can't finish him off. Dragon is the focus for WE. Gotta remember, this is Infernal Soul.
3v4 here, but I don't think AL can possibly play with this. I mean, unless Blondre can somehow hit like 2 accelerated shock blasts or something, it's cooked. This Drake is gone, but I mean, it's a 40-minute Infernal Soul that doesn't really change the nature of the fights that much. To be fair, like for example, like a 30-minute Infernal Soul is much more potent. So, I mean, it's not game ending by any means, but it really helps WE get there.
Yeah, this meatball comp is starting to get a little spicy. As you see some big picks, some really tough miscommunications from the positioning of AL there. And honestly, at this point, I'm starting to feel like what you see is what you get for WE. They are just full facing 5-on-5s and taking this moment hugely.
Yeah, that's really true. Like, honestly, WE, like, you kind of just know what to expect from them. Whereas AL, they're really all over the place. They're quite the wild card team, but typically it works in their favor.
We got one.
WE has been able to play much more clean and concise in the majority of this game than honestly AL has. So, well, I mean, except for they had a really bad throw, if I'm to recollect, but in general, WE has been doing really quite well for themselves here. AL has made many blunders. I remember Hope blowing both his sums and dying, Kyle just then blowing both his sums and dying. I mean, this is uncharacteristic.
I think they just did the Pop Blossom Realm War play just to do it. It didn't do much, but it was
that
there.
Was not
all right,
the method.
Baron is the play right now. AL burning
That
down. It's like they have Infernal Soul, and they're going to take down the Baron and Realm Warp out. Tarzan unfortunately got left, and so did Hope. So that'll be a couple members that get taken down. Kyle does make it away. It's going to be Baron so far. Okay, he should be able to back up. Yeah, so they'll actually get 4 Baron buffs back out of that. I think that's worth.
I mean, that was almost like the most James Bond like steal like under their nose of all time, but they did end up losing Tarzan. Let's see how costly that really is. It looks like WE really wants to force the envelope here with this Infernal Soul Jin, by the way.
They're just gonna try to end it.
It's got like 700 attack damage, just so you know.
Okay. They're feeling a little bit antsy about this one, about waving around the 4th shot here. He's not going to be able to use it to do much good. The Baron minions are so tough to cut through, and that'll be WE pulling off. They did get the inhib in mid lane, so that'll be super minions aplenty there. AL looking to make a play on the back end. Shanks is here. Tarzan not up yet, 5 seconds away. And we are going to see WE stick around for the red buff. Oh, he didn't have the vision of him, wasn't able to rune prison him, and WE will make it out alive.
Oh, I just love it. You look how many pings both teams are issuing. They're really trying to figure out what to do next. It's just so ambiguous and so complicated.
Just left
Holy
lane, hit to
moly,
die,
that's a
bro.
lot of minions. No way, right?
Bro, it's
Come
been
on.
happening. That's been going on for like the last 2.5 minutes, and W just refused to fight over there.
Oh, Karis just doesn't like farm. He's just allergic, man. I don't understand. He could literally have 200 more farm than this right now. But it's chill. It's low-key chill.
Okay, he makes it okay. That was
Whoa! Hey, yo, relax.
Monkey, chill.
That's
chill,
why
monkey.
he's called Monkey. Right
All
there.
right, Hope getting
Wait, no
taken
one can
out.
block, no
One
one can
shot,
block,
2
no one
shot.
can
He's gonna
block.
dodge away. 1 shot needs to hit. It's gonna be blocked by Tarzan, who goes unstoppable there. He'll get knocked up. I think Tarzan's
Surely
life
you
is
get
just
there.
forfeit. Pop Blossom comes in. Tarzan just trying to run away. Monkey just dies. Hope ends up taking him down, and Kyle will be the worthy trade. That is jungle for support.
How
And
about
Hope makes it
Shanks?
out away. Shanks has the Baron buff and is just pushing down bot lane.
He's got Realm Up as well. He's definitely trying to bait them towards him. He's going to play Realm Up towards the top side of their base. Yup. And
man.
keep doing some shenanigans here. I feel like you can high-key reach this. You've got Yomu's Jin. You've got Nami. You just got to prevent his 4-second recall. That's all you got to do. If he can fog for 4 seconds and get the recall off, it looks like he's got too much fog up there. He's going to be able to... They can't necessarily reach him. Maybe they're a bit scared of him buying enough time for his team to arrive. Maybe it's just the fact that they're 0-9 in game score and they've never been this close to winning a game and they don't want to take any risk at all. So you're gonna let Shanks get away with that one there. Now you've got no inhibitor towers at all. You've got just Nexus towers, Mazal. That's it.
And we are officially in the longest game of the regular split here so far in split number 2. WE really fighting tooth and nail to potentially get their first win of the season, the first game win of the season for this organization on About's birthday, which would be a heck of a birthday present for this team. But they've got a lot of ways to work and a lot of at least things to deal with here, because we got about a minute until Elder Dragon comes up for either team. It's gonna be a hotly contested objective. You can see everybody just trying to scale up for that moment. We are hitting full item thresholds for multiple people, especially on AL's side. We do have About, who has finished his GA and everything, so he'll be at full speed, but I think the item differential might come into play here, Foles.
Yeah, I mean, and the birthday boy About is the man of the hour this game too. It's fully up to him. I mean, speaking of hour, if we're getting
Arha can't be backing like that in a crucial moment. This is a potential first game win or a series loss for WE. They need to lock in.
It's chill. He can restore a lot of HP, but it's a bit scary. It's a bit scary. This is the longest game of this series of the season. I'd like to see it go the distance, but it's probably going to come down to this.
They're going to try to force the base play here.
Look at that top wave, by the way.
A little bit caught.
That's
yeah,
three super minions,
It could literally just win the game. It looks like AL are going to play reserve.
Oh,
they're going to
my.
Karis gives up the top lane to go for a base race. TPs, or at least bases, coming in from AL. They're hoping that About can just do enough damage to the turrets, but all of AL are here as a defense. WE have fumbled this moment and need to be careful on the back end. They have to deal with the super minions, but then Elder Dragon is coming up. What do you do?
Yeah, I think you got to get Q back to the base somehow. He's got to do a full 8-second recall, clear some of these minions, TP back with the shield, but how can you control the space 4v5?
Monkey's already half healthy. Shock Blasts are reigning true. They are just engaging in a 4v5 without their big tank. They're losing their Nexus towers. WE not like this. Pop Blossom comes in, gets knocked out by the Crescent Guard. That's beautifully done. He's just leaving. Yeah, you just go TP to the base. You win the game. And WE, you have completely fumbled the moment. Flaundra's looking for the back lane. Oh my God, WE just got spun around dizzy and just lost the series off of an impeccable map play from AL. That is devastating, and WE will go to 0-10 on the season. AL finally back in form. Right the ship.
I really thought that was it. I really thought that was going to be the first number in the victory column. I thought they were going to do it.
As soon as the millisecond that Cube TP'd, Flaundra instantly counter TP'd. They literally crossed each other midair with TPs.
I love it. I love it. I always love doing that in solo queue, and to do that in the most respectable fashion of the longest game of the season of the LPL so far, to end like that is just spectacular.
They just got dizzy. Like,
they did. They
everybody
totally
broke
did.
down. Like, everybody missed their play in that moment for WE, and that's what feels the worst. Because when those clutch moments come around, you need to step up, and that was not the case for WE. But I gotta give heaps of praise to AL. They were able to weather the storm of the early game of an almost 3,000 gold league Jhin and still make it through the other side to continue their 2-0 streak in good and bad alive.
Well, what more can you say other than GG well played to both the teams here? That was a really good game. I thoroughly enjoyed watching that from start to finish because you just never knew what was going to happen next. And you became a WE believer somewhere along the way there.
For like a moment, for a little moment.
I speak for all of us when I say that I think we kind of knew that, like, they were probably going to get cooked. So it's like the fact that they almost did it was like so entertaining. And the fact that, of course, they did was like probably the best, like, that's probably the most like storied ending we could have hoped for here. But I can only empathize, you know what I mean? As a bit of a player myself, in games like that, how can you possibly communicate with such a complicated, like, this is not even, like, you guys thought chess was hard? how do you even figure
I'm
that
gonna
out
be a
right
little
there? Like, what's even
critical.
going on?
I won't go too far deep on W. It's a tough split already, and your group Ascend double round robin. You still have a ton of games to play. They went 0-6, turned it around, went 0-5. We already talked about that story. What troubles me is that top lane, man. 4 different times there was like 20 minions pushing top lane unanswered for huge times of the game, and I think that is worrying because they're not assigning those moments correctly, and I think that's so tough to see at this level of play. But besides that, at least they gave us a little bit of hope there.
They absolutely did, but we had hope, but so did AL. And turns out AL's
They
hope
do.
was a
He-
little
he
bit
was pretty
stronger
good.
than ours. So even though, you know, their hope made a lot of mistakes, their Kyle made some mistakes that, honestly, I'm pretty sure all of them did. I even remember Tarzan randomly dying when he didn't have to. You know, things like this. Oh, you know what I just remembered? If Monkey smites, I think it was the 5th. Was it the 5th Drake? Maybe it was the 6th one, where Tarzan gets the frame perfect E-smite over the pit. You can only imagine the timeline we'd be in right now. We might be already back from break going into game 3.
It's true.
But instead, we just had the longest game of the series, of the season. So, I'll take it. I'll take it.
I'll take it. You know, we got to have a little bit of fun,
bad.
and it's still an early night for us, so you know that works out because I have to leave for work in like 2 hours. So
Yeah. Ever since the LPL, what did they set it back like 3 extra hours?
yeah,
For
2
guys like
extra
us
hours.
here in North America, bit of a debuff, not gonna lie, but hey, all good though. We got to see some cinema, and if I'm just gonna have some final words on that game before we start to, I mean, I think we're not gonna get to see the MVP maybe, right? Because it's gonna be an interview, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but we do get to see the post game stats at least.
So we'll get to see that. But one thing I do just want to say, as you know, the Azir guy, is you gotta take some resources, man. Like, you're talking about how all those top waves are stacking up. I mean, bro was like he didn't even hit level 16 until like minute 35. So, I mean, you're probably gonna want to reevaluate that somewhere. But that's all I'm gonna say, man. That's all I'm gonna say.
But for AL, I still think Tarzan deserves a little bit of a kind of monocle look at some of the position he had in that game, but he was able to turn it around and, you know, put his body on the line for a lot of the moments. The smite kind of erased all the bad moments, but I think as a whole, you know, Flandra finally got to show off a bit. I mean, obviously all the poke damage that was coming down from the accelerated shock blast were so integral to the pressure that AL was putting around
Sure.
objectives. I think Kyle had some missed pop blossoms, but his impact, the threat of the impact of the pop blossom was always so important. And I think that's the thing for me for AL here is they just utilized the thought processes of WE really well, right? Like Tarzan was literally just mind melting Monkey in the early game with his pathing, taking away little things here or there and just being a nuisance. And they just continued to use that really well on the map. And I always feel like that has been something that AL has done well in their highest moments. And it's nice to see them kind of return to that fact, even against an opponent that they should have beat this badly. And even that last game going the distance, right? That gives me a little bit of worry for AL, but they were still able to close it out. And I think it comes through a holistic team effort throughout the series as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. Going into the series, we really wanted to see that AL would just handedly prove that they're this superior team and that they're going to get back on track after the 4-game loss streak. But they were able to get themselves a 2-0 here tonight. But this definitely did not satisfy that expectation of AL being one of those S-tier teams in the league, you know? Like, I think that they've really been having some hiccups, some struggles. We got to see a lot of those in this game. So they definitely have a lot to work on if they're going to want to rival the likes of BLG and honestly the likes of some of these other teams we've been seeing the rise of, and namely JDG, you know? So it's going to be a tough group Ascend, and I'm really liking what we're seeing here. The fact that even WE can take AL the distance like this.
Yeah. Now, if we are talking, obviously we won't get to see the MVP, but if we are talking about MVPs for game number 2 and for the series itself, what are you sitting with?
Well, for series itself, it's absolutely got to be Tarzan, just because of that game 1 performance and because he's honestly coming to mind for game 2 as well here. I mean, it's honestly a lot of it off of the back of that smite. It's just so clutch and so many things that he's doing.
Moment.
Really, really well played. But in this game too, I actually think the MVP's got to be Flandre. I mean, He did 50k damage that game when no one else did even like 30k, I'm pretty sure. So he was like, as you said, those shock blasts were hitting home. Like he was absolutely terrorizing some of these back lines or even these front lines. Like he was just doing ridiculous amounts of poke damage as this Jace. So he was putting in absolute work, and he was even the reason they were able to win the game. You know, of course, when your top winner goes into TP and end the game like that, everyone's kind of aware. He's the one doing the clicking, but it's kind of like a team play, so to speak.
This right here,
you know?
bro.
Yeah.
And then
as
the
you
worst
said,
part
man,
is you watch the rest of W. Okay, they're not going to show it. They literally like lose their mind in that moment, which is understandable because like, oh crap, we're about to lose the game. As yeah, I don't know, feel bad for Cube because I think a lot of the blame's going to come on him. I think just in general, WE just had tough macro across the board.
I mean, I will say, Mazel, I've gotten to cast WE a fair few times, and frankly, Cube has been looking not so hot. Like, I remember I got called out on Twitter for saying that I thought Cube was like a similar level player of 369, and ever since I said that, I have just been completely proven otherwise. Like, bro just completely changed my mind.
When you told me that, I did warn you. I was like, I don't know about that.
And
but hey,
we are fully past that
learn.
perspective, I will say. Genuine change my mind speedrun from Cube, and that's that. I don't know what to say, but it's so complicated, right? Like in a game like that, it's so nuanced. It's so like, how on earth like can you possibly piece together the exact optimal macro with all the teleports, all the kits that are going on here, and all the crazy different variables and factors. So I think AL is obviously way more experienced in that realm of being in these confusing spots and knowing some clever ways to, as you say, melt the minds of your opponents. And quite frankly, that's what they did. So we just got to see that extra experience come into play. And if I'm gonna end off my my speech for tonight's cast, I guess you could say that WE how do you say, they didn't have enough XP.
Jesus. All right, I like it. Next up is the one that everybody's been waiting for. Top Esports versus BLG, a battle of two potential top favorites in split number 2. We have Yanni and Quacks coming in for that series, and it is going to be a banger. So stick around, check it out, go get some hydration, and get ready for our second series. We'll see you there.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English broadcast, where we have our final match of the day. And boy, howdy, is it a good one. It's Top Esports sitting at 3-1 versus the undefeated BLG at 3-0. It's Yanni and Quack's going to be giving you all of the action, taking the baton from Mazel and Fulls. Well, Quack's, listen, PLG are the only undefeated team left in Ascend. Yeah. Can this new look Top Esports knock them all down a peg?
Yeah, I mean, thank you to Mazel and Fulls for the really chaotic, frankly, undercard fight, but this is the main event right here. I mean, BLG, like you said, only team left in Ascend that has yet to lose a series, and then Top Esports, who did lose their first series to Invictus Gaming, but since then have been on a 6-game crazy hot streak, where not only have they not dropped a game in the last 3 series that they have played, they've looked amazing doing it. This is a team that has been revitalized, refurbished, and frankly, they're the new challengers for BLG and might be one that could maybe dethrone them.
Yeah, actual undefeated versus almost undefeated. Let's go ahead and take a look at this Top Esports roster, because as we mentioned, a couple of changes, although if you've been with us for a little bit now, you know what the changes are. It's Zweon in the top lane, Tien in the jungle, Cream in the mid lane, and then Jackie Love and Fungyue down on that bottom side.
And the big story here really has to be Tien. I mean, this is a guy who a lot of people can say has had, since winning Worlds all those years ago, God, I can't believe it's been so long, has had a pretty tumultuous career. Many ups and downs, but I feel like this year, this split alone, a lot of people have been saying not only is he the best jungler in the whole entire group of Ascent, but might be the best player in the LPL period, the way he's been performing. So proactive, so aggressive, and if there's anyone who is going to try and match Shun on his own style that he's really cultivated over the course of this year, it would be this guy. And looking at the early aggressive clips that we have here for Top Esports, it almost feels just like a TN highlight reel, because this guy just drives so much of the early force that this team has.
Yeah, as you said, if he continues playing the way he is, he's going to be the MVP in Split 2, no doubt about it. And the one thing I noticed immediately in a lot of these clips is that a lot of the play is centered around the top side, right? They go, right, and Tien really likes to play for not only Zweon, for like these grubs as well. I am curious to see how that strategy is going to fit in today. There is a lot of inherent risk trying to play around your top laner when he has to go up against Bin.
Yeah, there absolutely is. That's a good shout there, Yanni. And I do think that a lot of people were initially very worried about Zweon, stepping in 4-3-6-9, being like, okay, well, this team might not be as strong when it comes to playing around that top side, because that was kind of the strategy for them in Split 1 as well. And now that you don't have 3-6-9, are you going to have that same level of firepower? And I don't necessarily feel like comparing Zweon to 3-6-9 is doing either of them justice, but I do think that Zweon, for what the team needs, is servicing really, really well, but servicing really, really well might not be enough against one of the best, if not the best, top laners in the world. So this is going to be a test on if that strategy legitimately works against some of the greatest players here in the LPL.
No doubt about it. And you have to think that BLG is aware that something like this may happen, and we may see them play a little bit more toward that top side, right? Knowing that, well, Tien's going to come up here. It's the strategy that they've been doing, so let's go ahead and punish them. Let's go ahead and take a look at this BLG roster. You know them, you love them. They've been absolutely fantastic. It's been Shun, Knight, Viper, and On.
And now that we're a decent amount of weeks from, I feel, the first stand win that BLG had, close to a month ago, we are kind of now able to look forward to what this team needs to be accomplishing and what they have accomplished, frankly, already in Split 2. And I feel like this top side, really, you cannot overstate just how impactful they have been. We've already kind of mentioned Bin and Shun and their ability to be super dominant over the course of the few weeks that we've had here in the Spring Split. But also Knight, I think a lot of people picture this guy as the big man on BLG, and they would be absolutely correct, but I think it's been really interesting to see him play in Split 2, where he hasn't been nearly as flashy as we expect him to be. He has been capable of having a bit more of a consistent role, facilitator role, picking things like the Annie, and willing to move on those aggressive timers that Shun instigates instead of the other way around like it's been sometimes before with this mid-jungle duo. But yeah, this graphic, I think, just nothing but dominance, as it says up there. I mean, 69 days until they lost last series, and these scores of win-loss records is just insane, Yanni.
No doubt about it. And I think back to 2025 when Knight was really trying to hold this team together with sticks and tape, trying to keep them as a, contender on the world stage. And it's so nice that he doesn't have to do all of this heavy lifting anymore. And when that happens, when Knight doesn't have to be your best player, you get these stats. You get a team that has done so much in such a real short amount of time, to be quite honest with you. And really, it's not just Bin, it's everybody, man. Everybody on this team from top to bottom has multiple categories in which they're the best in the LPL. And I mean, 15 KDA is so impressive out of Knight. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I feel like these are some of the most important stats for the respective roles that we have here as well. I mean, goal difference at 15 in a 1v1 vacuum lane, damage per minute on a jungler when you're playing kind of a PvE role. KDA for Knight, I feel like is a given. Viper being able to dish out the damage, and then on with the gold per minute. So, like, for me, I just feel like these guys really excel at what is required of them to really excel at right now. So I feel like these guys are really hitting all of the beats, and yeah, the train of dominance really is just looking to continue here for BLG. I think that Top Esports certainly are the challengers in this series, and they are good ones, but BLG are the champions, and frankly, they look the part.
I like that you mentioned that the gold per minute for On going to be one of the more important stats out of a support, mostly because you think of everything that On does for this team and how often he moves around, roams around, goes and makes plays elsewhere. I am very worried for Fengyue in this matchup because Agilov and Fengyue at times have not been very strong down in that bottom lane, and On and Viper have been oppressive to the point where On gets to do whatever the heck he wants around the rest of the map. Speaking of players that like doing whatever the heck they want around the map, it's our head-to-head matchup for today's game between BLG and Top Esports. We mentioned it earlier, it's TN versus Shun. You take a look at the stats here. I mean, TN's kill participation is through the roof, and even his damage per minute is.
And it's crazy to think that TN is leading these stats over Shun, right? Because we were just highlighting that Shun is a leader in certain stats for junglers, the important ones that really define what the role's purpose is right now in the current meta. But I mean, TN has been so good in the last 3 series. I mean, this guy is constantly on the map, constantly looking for fights, and frankly, I think instigating a lot of the early game leads that Top Esports can jump out to in the first 15 minutes or so, as well as team fights. I feel like he usually is the one initiating those as well, so the leadership position has certainly been filled by him, which is another concern. You know, we already kind of talked about Zoyan being able to step in for 369 shoes on a gameplay level, but on a leadership level, TN has definitely taken the reins if you look at how this team operates.
Yeah, this team would be, I hesitate to say lost without him, but certainly not performing to the level that they have been so far. I'd imagine that Cream would be able to do a lot of it himself. I think he's had an incredible 2026 so far, and it is nice to see him get a little bit of that extra help here through the jungle role, specifically Quacks. I want to ask, with Knight having, with Knight not being that overwhelming force that he's had to be, do we expect maybe a difference in this mid lane? Do we think that like Cream can kind of catch Knight napping a little bit? I mean, he did have a great series last time out.
I mean, Cream is known for his laning phase. He's known for like the first 15 or so of his minutes of his gameplay, like being really crisp and really volatile. So I certainly think that there is a world where Cream could jump out to an early lead overnight. I think that Hongq has shown that there are certainly ways to make Knight bleed in the laning phase, but it's a tough ask. I mean, anytime you're staring down at a mid laner, if you're a mid laner and you're looking at your opponent, I think the person you don't want to be facing in the LPL is probably this guy. So it's a tough task to just say, hey, all you got to do to win the game is gap Knight, right? Like that, easy, right? No problem. I got you, bro.
There's these TikToks that I really enjoy where it's the POV of like a young player through like the mid 2010s, like Major League Baseball, and they're like, you'll have a fine game today. You just have to play against prime Alex Rodriguez or like prime Albert Pujols. Like, yeah, you know, mid lane will be just fine today. You have to play against prime Knight. It's like, all right, dude. Like, it's hard for anybody to beat, right? As you can see the walkouts here, you can see the leader of BLG through the mid lane, Knight, ready to go for showtime, Quacks. That Mel game that he had was really phenomenal, right? 0 deaths, which in the LPL is very difficult to do. You know, we know how crazy this region can be, can fight over a ham sandwich sometimes. But a really impressive showing. I wonder if Top Esports will be wary of giving away that champion. You can see the Top Esports on the walkouts. We were talking about it before you got on. Feng Yue, big tall guy.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about, you know, who we think that the tallest player in the LPL is, and Feng Yue certainly, I think, makes a case. I think he's like 6'4" or something like that. He's slightly taller than me, which is absolutely crazy. And then we were debating who we think the shortest player in the LPL was. And
Zwion's looking a little short.
Yeah, but like, we need them to just all like line up, right? I feel like we're not going to be able to identify it until we literally have them all just like set.
We need to get this information somehow, or we just need to start extrapolating information, taking screenshots of every single walkout. It's like make a Reddit post, you know,
then,
finding
like,
the shortest player in the LPL using
Right.
screenshots from walkouts.
Yep, because I am gonna go out there and say that knowledge is probably not available to, or at least on every single player here in the LPL. But I do think that, you know, despite the tall or short stature of the players in real life, I mean, both of these teams individually on the standings are standing pretty tall. And I think a big reason for BLG's case on that, you kind of alluded to it earlier, Yanni, is largely because of On. I think that this guy's ability to, you know, leave Viper kind of on his own in the bot lane and make that impact on the top side and really make sure that Knight has favorable matchups against his lane opponents is such a big reason why BLG are so good about jumping out to early leads, similar to TES, but also why they're so good about setting up for objectives as well. So I think that that is something that Feng Yue is either going to have to try and match, which is a very difficult task, or he's really going to try and have to punish the fact that Viper is constantly in the bot lane, potentially on his own. I think that Jackie Love and Feng Yue have been pretty known to pair up together. I don't think Feng Yue is like the greatest roaming support in Ascend, so if they can look to just find angles to maybe 2v1 Viper in the lane and really set him behind and set Jackie Love ahead, that could be something that could jump them out to an early lead themselves. But it's a tall ask. Again, I mean, you're looking across the table, and these are like the best players in their respective positions, at least statistically, and given their international title, it's a pretty tall, difficult thing to do. But we are into the draft, Johnny, and looking at the bans, nothing being targeted toward one specific position, all just making sure a lot of those strong B1 and B2s are taken off.
Yeah, BLG's got first pick here. Seraphine's open if they want it. You might not
Pantheon
get the
too.
pairing that you want, but I mean, on Seraphine has been absolutely insane. Feng Yue's has been good too. So we're going to see that Ashe come through, and that means that Top Esports going to look to break up this pairing. I do wonder that if they take it, if they're still going to go forward with this.
I mean, if they go for the Seraphine here, yeah, they're probably going to go for Xin here on 2 just to deny that really strong 1-2-3. They are going to lock Seraphine here. So now Ashe is significantly limited on what she can go for the supports. If we're going for more CC, I think that Melio isn't like an awful option, but certainly does feel bad for Viper there. Seraphine has a few options on what she can be paired up with in the bot lane here, but none of the conventional pairings, I think, of AD carries can really be mixed with her. So we are going to see the Jarvan lock in instead. So I would imagine BLG just probably lock in the Xin themselves. Maybe they see a good angle to go for the Pantheon if they feel like Seraphine is going to be paired up with another poke-esque champion adjacent to the Ashe, so you can punish that strong push and gank ability of the champions. But not knowing the AD carry pairing yet, they're just going to lock in the Xin along with the Lulu. So Ashe, Lulu going to be the bot lane here. Lulu a very strong support who very rarely loses 2v2s to other enchanters of her nature. So maybe top want to pivot and look for a more aggressive option to pair with the Seraphine.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting pickup for BLG. I think I would have really liked the Nico, just because of how good On is with it. Now, sure, you're going to get that benefit to buff up the Xin, but it's a little bit lost on the Ashe until later. Ezreal's going to be the lock-in for top esports, so we're looking to get that early lane poke dominance, but then also have the ability to leave Jackie Love alone. If Feng Yue wants to kind of outroam On, you can do so when On is on a Lulu. It is possible.
Yeah, and now, I mean, both solo laners up and available as well. I feel like Sion is a pretty good top laner for both of these teams if they want to try and slam. So I wonder if either team is maybe not comfortable with the opposite person having it, takes that one away. But it looks like we are just going to focus down maybe some mid lane bans here. I do like that top are indexing into taking away some of these poke options, because so far that kind of feels like what both of these teams are more or less geared up towards. You've got the Ezreal Seraphine, you've got the Ashe Lulu, and so just being able to take off anything, maybe the Jace as well sees a ban just because that Shock Blast is also very good in the poke department. So also is a pretty popular champion for Bin. I mean, this is a guy who really, I think, has been a Jace enjoyer in the past, so could be a good comfort ban here if top esports want to go there.
I mean, Zwayon's played it a lot too, so there's always the chance that he goes and gets it.
3 games.
So, yep, more mid lane bans coming through. I am curious to see what top esports is going to pick here, if they want to give the counter over to Cream or to Zwayon. They have been playing a lot for Zwayon in this early game, as we mentioned just a few moments ago, and especially against Bin, I think I'm a little bit more comfortable giving counter pick to my rookie top laner as opposed to my veteran mid laner.
Yeah, and I mean, if we don't see the Jace lock in here, or the Jace banned here, I do think that top, like you said, they're probably going to save counter pick for top lane. So yeah, they're going to try and blind the Azir here, who I think it's been a pretty big point of discussion on how good he still is. I still believe in the scaling element of Azir, but he also has the poke to pair up alongside the Seraphine and the Ezreal. But it's going to be the Akali slam here for Knight, followed by, yeah, a blind Gnar. So I do think that Jace is a good option here. It does decent into the Gnar, at least in the laning phase. You guys just go kind of band for band here, but a spicy option would be the Bane, and we're just gonna lock it. Game number 1 here, Yanni. We've got Zoyan's Vayne top.
Wow, that is, I'm not gonna lie, a bit of a shock based on what I've seen from BLG's composition. You're going with a single frontliner in your Jarvan. Quacks, I am so worried for top esports because of Knight. Knight can kill anybody on top esports in one rotation, save for maybe J4. This side lane is going to be so scary. Yeah,
this is going to be a game where I think that if Knight jumps out to an early lead, it's going to be really alarming for top esports. But I also think that top is just in a really volatile state this game. I mean, you've got 2 ranged champions. They're constantly going to be poking each other. And then you've also got 2 junglers who want to get onto the map early. So I think that both of them should be starting on the spot side and looking to accelerate, or rather prevent acceleration of the opposite top laner as well up there in that matchup. So I would imagine that's where we'll see a lot of the early pressure, because looking across the board, unless Knight is able to get like a significant poke, like a significant chunk against Cream, or he like takes a bad timer, not a lot of the other lanes are very volatile. They don't have a lot of kill threats. So I think all our focus really has to be on either getting Zoyan to a point where he can really start to carry in this mid to late game, or putting Zoyan behind.
Yeah, I want to see what top esports is going to do with all this priority they're going to have out of the jungle. They have winning lanes, and see if they're able to capitalize on them. Quacks, game 1, top esports BLG on Summoner's Rift right now. The Gyos ring true for both of these squads as we are ready to go, Quacks. We'll see what Tien will do with all of the priority that he should have, as we just mentioned a couple moments ago. We know that both of these junglers like taking a lot of really off timers, I do wonder if that means that the invades will be difficult to come by, because Shun would be aware that, hey, Tien can show up at any time. Already getting exhaust out of the top lane, forcing Bin back here at level 1.
And we could see a really interesting keystone choice here for the Gnar, looking for those short burst trades. The Hail of Blades is going to come through here. I think that Bin understands the volatility of this lane, so naturally is just going to be able to try and snowball it by jumping out to an early lead against Zoyan. But we can also see that Shun is pathing in his direction, so we'll end up on that top side as well. Curiously, though, the Jarvan actually is opting to path away, so I wonder what Tien's goal is here, because, like I said, the kill threat on these bot lane 2v2s isn't very high unless a significant chunk comes out for either of them, which, I mean, On did just lose half his HP, but it's a Lulu with heal. I don't know if we're going to be diving.
I think he feels safe to path the bottom lane because we're going to get such a big advantage up here that the wave is going to look to bounce back to Zoyan, and as long as he's not up too far, it does mean that Shun's first pass should be relatively safe for him. We're trying to tower dive. The turrets are so strong. It's a 1-for-1 in first blood to Fengyue when all's said and done.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be plenty of minions denied here. Really interesting choice here from Jackie Love and Fengyue. I mean, abusing On's recall timer. We said earlier we wanted to see if they could abuse his roams, and I feel like this is like adjacent to that. So credit to them for doing that, but well, Fengyue's going to get his back canceled here by On. So these join up timers here, as Jackie Love is already back to the lane. I mean, Fengyue is now starting up his recall again. So Ezreal is going to be alone in the lane for a good while, but does have the Jarvan in the area now that both junglers have finished their respective full clears.
Shun showing up to the top side here, and looks like it will just be a crab for crab trade, so not too shocking here. And honestly, I think that's a pretty good thing here for top esports. If you know, with all the priority that you have in these lanes, if you get ganked early and manage to fall behind, it can be very difficult to kind of recover there, but so far so good. Now we'll see what happens on Tien's second deployment onto the map here. Of course, we're still a little ways away from some of these objectives.
You see that Tien is going toward the top side, just trying to fish for any vision. Knows, I think, that there is not only the crab being taken, but there's also that ward in the river. So Bin feels comfortable enough to walk up and, yeah, again, try and abuse this Hail of Blades keystone that he opted into to try and chunk out Zoyan, who, like we just saw, instead of going for the TP, has the exhaust. Shun is looking for an angle here. The flash is available for TES.
Nice. On flashing right into Fengyue. He'll flash the wind, becomes lightning, but he is slowed and he is dead. It is a successful gank for Shun down on that bottom side. Jackie Love wants a little bit more. He'll take a pretty rough trade at the end of that play. Nice play there from the BLG jump.
Yeah, and I think it's really crucial there that Shun actually gets the kill gold, because he's sacking his tempo slightly in order to make this bot lane gank work. You can see that Tien is now cleared up his entire quadrant and might actually look to steal away a camp from Shun because of that gank toward the bot lane. So we'll give him a CS advantage, but because the kill went over to the Xin Zhao, it equalizes that gold difference just a little bit.
Fengyue going to be the first to be able to show up on this mid wave to get Cream his recall. Taking a look at the CS numbers. If you're Knight, you are so happy with the way that this mid lane has progressed. Early on, haven't really been disrupted. You know, once he gets on his 2-item spike, we said earlier he is going to be an absolute terror in this game, Quacks.
Yeah, now he has the level 6 unlocked, so that backline access is there for the Akali. A dragon has spawned, so if BLG can, you know, try and play around these item timers or these level timers with Knight to try and abuse the Akali getting onto the backline of top esports, I think they could look for a favorable trade, especially with that flash also being burned from Fengyue. It does leave the Seraphine very vulnerable if you can draw her out into the river, but I don't think that's going to happen, at least for the time being, as you can see that Shun is now redeploying onto the map, actually looking for that crab, so wants to get level 6. Actually, both of these teams are pinging toward the bot crab, so we might see a fight sooner rather than later, Yanni.
Well, it's always difficult to fight into an Ashe Lulu, especially this early on. Crab gonna get started. Cream is gonna be a little late to this. Shun and Knight are gonna be able to cut him off if they need to. Tien's gonna have to flag and drag his way out. Might look for a turn onto Honor Viper. They're split off for now. This crab down to about 1,000 HP, but Shun realizes that Top Esports is able to get back. TN will be the first to hit level 6 here with this big wave knocking on Knight's door. He had to go back for that one, so good play.
Yeah, Kareem, like you said, able to push that wave, so joins up quicker toward the fight. And also, with that divide, Zoyan is...
All right, he's going to
really
ult Bin
to
here.
fight.
Bin's not in Mega. The exhaust goes down. It's just a matter of getting him near a wall, looking to run him down. The flash from Bin right into a warded push, and Swayon gets the 1v1 solo bolo. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Tien a little bit too far up will fall, and now it's Fengyue caught in the river, and it's Knight getting his first kill.
Yeah, Shun might be able to look for a dragon off of that. He doesn't have push in either mid or bot, but does have the kill onto Tien. He's going to think better of it, won't actually go for an objective, so it's just a trade of kills across the map here. And for the case of Zoyan, I mean, chasing Bin to the edges of the earth here, as we do get a replay on it. And I want to see, because I think Bin tried to do like the 6-pack fake out flash trick here with this angle. He was, yeah, looking, yeah, you can see he was like facing his character toward the river, and then flashed back into the bush. There was a ward there already, so he gets seen, gets taken down, and then Tien, he gets caught out here just trying to take a blue buff, gets himself killed, and by extension also gets his support kill. So Knight's going to be able to pick that one up. The beginning potentially of this Akali getting accelerated, which is something that we feared with Top Esports having double marksman.
Yeah, I mean, Cream got to get that wave in. He gets a plate off of it. Jackulov got to kind of farm during that time, but I'm not sure that's quite worth it, Quacks, because of what Knight is going to be able to do. We'll have to keep an eye on that as things progress. Both objectives are up for the moment. We know that Tien has been playing around topside a lot in the Top Esports games, but so far hasn't really shown upstairs.
No, but he's going to be starting up the grubs here, which I think is the wiser choice. A lot of people have been debating and socializing about the effectiveness of grubs in this day and age, but I think with a comp of double marksman, it is absolutely imperative that you pick these up just because of the range power that you have and the sieging power, as well as we do see the ultimate coming through. It is not going to hit, but, you know, A for effort.
Yeah, I think they thought, Jackulov thought that, hey, Bin might back all the way up because he thinks it's a Tien timer on the top side, which this would be pretty apropos for him.
Rightfully so.
Yeah.
I mean, Tien was on that top side, did go for those grubs, right? So I think that was a good assumption there by Jackulov. Of course it's wrong, but still, I think the correct move from the Top Esports AD carry. Now though, Dragon has been started up by BLG, just trying to equalize the counter on these neutral objectives. But Tien is in the area and does have very easy access to get into the river.
Yep, Fengyue and Jackulov moving in as well, but there's not really a play for them to make here. While Cream is unable to get that initial priority, it is so difficult for Top Esports to try and fight just because of what Knight can do. So just an early objective trade as we get her to around the 10-minute mark, 9.5 minutes. Top Esports with a very small gold lead for the moment. Most of that is on Swayon. Knight and Cream starting to get a little low here.
And we see that Zoyan is actually opting in for the Phage, so he's going to go for the experimental Hexplate, which has been a build that has evolved and risen in priority, especially for Vayne top when you're dealing against you know, some of these tankier members. Being able to have some health stats for yourself, really valuable, and also makes your final hour just that much more potent. So I think that Zoyan really just trying to call attention to himself.
Here's an arrow. Here's an arrow. Cream!
Ooh.
Oh, we'll have to flash away. Nice job there to avoid certain death.
Yep, so Flash Burn from Cream does still have plenty of innate mobility on the Azir to get away, but if Shun finds a good timer or finds the mid laners jockeying, he could maybe look to try and punish that. But for the time being, we are seeing a lot of gravity come toward this top lane. The junglers are in the area, but Fengyue crucially is also there. So 3v2 right now.
Zoyan walking up, looking to trade onto Bin. Exhaust is down, dodges the wind, becomes lightning. Tien shows up, but there was no flag and drag. Bin gets cataclysed, and the encore on top of it is Fengyue picking it up, and now Shun is locked up, forced to flash away, but Tien will chase him to the ends of the earth. And Top Esports evens up the kill score.
Yeah, really good counterpunch there from Top Esports, and frankly, a bit of a mistake there from Shun leading with the Wind Becomes Lightning. That's your main source of damage. He misses it, and then has to go into a 1v2 where he just doesn't have the resources necessary to save Bin or save himself. Now On is being a bit of a pest here, holding the wave and canceling backs, but still, the kill's going over to top there to further accelerate this Vayne. Absolutely massive here for Zoyan.
Yeah, really good stuff out of Top Esports, and now it's up to Zoyan to carry this game from here. Quacks, let's take a look at this replay. You called out the Wind Becomes Lightning start. When you miss that, it's tough to make anything happen.
Yeah, he's trying to like knock up TN, but the Cataclysm goes into range. Zoyan saves his Condemn when the Cataclysm goes down, because that interaction is really broken. To try and abuse here for Top Esports, but he still would have gotten knocked into the wall, so it doesn't really make a difference. But yeah, 2-0 start here for the Top Esports top laner. This is what we said we wanted to see when you don't really have a premier frontliner here in top lane, and you have a marksman instead. You really have to put it ahead because otherwise you're not going to derive a lot of value from the pick. And it's good to see that Top Esports understood the assignment, and they're doing so against Bin. We were worried about this matchup, and they're managing to, I think, subvert our expectations and exceed what we thought would be the case.
Yep, glad to see they gave Zoyan counter pick, and he's making it work. They've invested some resources into him. He got a solo kill of his own. It's a really good start there, but the problem is that BLG is more than just Bin.
Right.
There are more players on this team. You know, I'm still worried about what Knight's going to be able to do in these side lanes a little bit later. He's already finished his first item. Seeing a lot of members of BLG coalesce on this top side, maybe looking to make a play on this way.
Yep, but see, there is also that ward in the river, so it's pretty difficult for BLG to actually try and make an impact on that 1v1. They are going to try and fish for Cream, but Cream, obviously still without that flash, he is being cautious himself. And it just seems like teams are jockeying for maybe any control that they can get on the top side and then transition it into power on the bot lane, because we do have a dragon in less than a minute. This would be BLG's second of the game. Crucially, both top laners also completed their quests, so those teleports are available. For Zoyan, who has the exhaust, I think that'll be extra impactful. This Vayne off to an early lead, like we said, and also now completing their first item. So very strong at the current moment. If he's able to join up in the fight, he will absolutely make a difference in favor of Top Esports.
We haven't talked about Jackie level up, but he's got his Trinity Force, so you know that's one of the bigger one-item spikes in the game. This Dragon coming up in about 25 seconds. Top Esports with priority in the mid lane. If they can set their feet around this objective, it'll be very difficult for BLG to try to make their way in to take it. We'll have to see how things progress for the moment in this top lane's way. I'm still a level up. TN gonna look to engage on the Knight, chunk him out just a little bit.
Really close to Mega.
Whoa, what a condemn. Nice condemn by Zoyan, having an idea that Bin was going to go forward for that. Now Bin could find himself in trouble. The stun's on Zoyan. They throw a rock at him. And Bin will be able to limp away. Here comes an Ezreal for downtown. This looks like it's got a chance. Quacks! And it's gonna Jackie Love from downtown! Dragon gonna be secured from BLG. Shun dashes in, and he once more. Knockups are there, but there's no way for Knight to find a way in. Now Top Esports are gonna look to turn this fight. They got slowed up in the Ash just a little bit, but can they find an angle? Shun goes in, knocks everybody away, but the charm's on the Knight, and he's served up on a silver platter, and he will fall. Shun, the next target, cannot find Feng Yue, and it's Top Esports who are starting to dominate.
And Top Esports, they don't get the dragon, but they get multiple kills, Yanni. The moment that Akali is lost, Top Esports can wreak absolute havoc on the remaining members of BLG. I hope we get a replay there, because I think both teams really played that fight well. But now Cream, on top of the kill, he's going to get himself plates. This Azir is starting to scale up, and this Akali, whose impact we were worried about in these mid-game skirmishes, it's just not as present as we thought it would be, Yanni.
Not yet. There is still room for Knight to make things happen, but it is getting a lot harder. And this BLG team looks a lot different when Bin's not able to make an impact. Look at this fight right before this objective.
Beautiful condemn there. I mean, you said it yourself, Yanni. So then Zoyan, opts to go in for the kill, which I think is the correct call, but just steps up a little too far. Bin is able to get the stun, but then I'm actually really surprised no one on BLG was like screaming for Bin to get out of the way. I'm pretty certain Knight saw that ultimate
It went
go
over
through.
a ward.
Yeah. So Bin decides just not to leave, and then we get a replay of this fight. And then Shun starts it off like really well here. I want to take a look at this ultimate from him because this split up all the members of Top Esports. But Knight gets encored. If he doesn't get encored there by Feng Yue and rooted up, and the CC train doesn't come through from the Akali, he would be able to pick them off one by one. So really a lot of credit over there to Top Esports for focusing him down, not letting him get into the fight, and chunking him out with CC before he becomes relevant and can actually kill any of them.
Sometimes you want to hit a multi-man encore, and sometimes it's okay to hit just one. Great play there, and Top Esports has a 4,500 gold lead. They've got Rift Herald in the back pocket, but they're also looking to make a play onto Zweon. Zweon has no idea that there are multiple members there. But here comes the rest of Top Esports on the way. Exhaust down onto Bin. Knockup's there onto Zweon. He's got to try to stay alive as the rest of his team's trying to get to him. Encore is going to land, but Zweon's going to fall. Bin flashes away, and now it's Tien, who's stuck with multiple members. Cataclysm down. Bin won't survive, but they'll get the kill out all the same. A 2-for-1 for BLG.
Yeah, Zoyan goes down maybe a little bit faster than I was expecting. I mean, having that Hex play as well as the Flash, as well as the final hour, usually makes Vayne really pesky in trying to catch, but BLG locked on to Zoyan, do manage to take him out, but I mean, looking at the map, there's no Herald available, there's no Dragon available for less than 2 minutes here, so they get the kill, they shut down the Vayne, but that's really all they're going to get in the wake of Consequence. He is still really far ahead in the game, and I mean, Top did manage to get a kill onto Bin, so again, further setting behind this Gnar, making it difficult for him to have that impact in the fight.
Bin got to kill himself, keep that in mind, as the Top Esports lead has shrunk immediately off of that play, down to 3.3 thousand. So BLG, a team that is ever scrappy, always willing to fight, knows that they can have conditions to come back into this game. The issue, though, is dealing with a triple grub team that has 280 carries and an Azir, because it's always going to be problems near the turret. Meanwhile, Zweon is looking for another solo kill, and he gets it. It doesn't get much easier than that, Quacks. Meanwhile, down on the bottom lane, Knight's going to get shielded up as the turret went down, but Cream's got his own turret to force BLG away.
Yeah, so Knight burns his ultimate there. Should have it up probably by the time this next dragon is here, but Zoyan is going to get a massive injection of gold. Finally gets himself the tier 1, so this will free the Vayne from being like a cameo stage actor in these fights to now being part of the main cast. I mean, he'll be able to roam around the map, and he just doesn't care anymore. He dives the turret, manages to kill Bin in mini form, and will be able to likely get that second item off of reset. So this is a 2-item Vayne. Yeah, Essence Reaver complete. Less than 20 minutes in, this is a scary position for BLG to be in.
Rift Herald getting put down in the mid lane. They're not going to even need it for the tier 1. It's 10 seconds before the dragon, looking to set up for soul point for themselves. Rift Herald going to get this charge off and chunk down this turret and take this one out. This Top Esports are way back on top in the gold department now.
Yeah, they are. They don't even feel like they need Zoyan to help them get this dragon. I mean, BLG have every right and every reason to not go for this. It would give them soul point, but they've got no vision past like the wolf camp. They've got really no play to be made. So their play is, let's try and overload a side lane, but Feng Yue sniffs this out. The Seraphine is here, so that's not even a choice for them either, Yanni. This is beautiful map play coming out from the support, who we said needed to try and match on in the roaming department, and he absolutely has been doing that. He has been present for a lot of these plays and attempted picks that BLG have been trying to make.
No doubt about it. Feng Yue has played a phenomenal game so far. I just think back to that dragon fight and how different it could have been had he not landed that encore on tonight. And Quacks, this is, I think, the most down we've seen BLG, even in their singular loss they've had so far this season, their singular game loss. This is just an absolute disaster. I never expected the team to look like it's fallen apart with Bin not having a lead because of how good everybody else has been in their roles so far this year.
for sure. And I mean, I feel like the big thing for BLG has been that even when they're not necessarily super far ahead, at least gold-wise in the early game, they've always had a clutch factor in the team fights, right? They've always been able to, you know, kind of spin straw into gold, if you will, when it comes to, you know, some rough lane states or game states that they found themselves in. But this is a match where I absolutely agree with you. Like almost 6,000 gold down. Top esports as well have a really strong scaling comp with double marksmen. So this is a difficult position to claw your way back from if you are BLG. I think really the biggest thing that you have to be looking for are these future dragons. That soul win condition really has to be something that you clutch onto. So if they're able to look for picks in the next couple of minutes, if they're able to set up around these side lanes, I think that they could try and match top esports and get a numbers advantage beforehand. But that just seems like such a difficult task. I mean, look at the vision that TES have established on that bot side. Those two control wards are doing so much in spotting out any picks that BLG try to look for.
And I think the biggest issue with BLG is where's their scaling, right? Like, sure, you have 6-item Ashe, which we all know can be a terror, but other than that, you don't have any sort of late game that can match the power of what top esports is going to bring to the table. BLG really reliant with this comp on mid-game execution and Bin knocking people into a wall and Knight getting kills on side lanes, and none of that is happening as top esports have decided we are going to start up the Baron. That could be a little risky here. Cream will be able to find Shun, who was all alone, and it's easy pickings for top esports.
And it's going to be right back onto the Baron. I mean, with the sustain from the Seraphine, I feel like there's no reason they shouldn't just continue to hit this. As now Zoyan's doing it again.
Oh my goodness, he just has Bin's number this game. Teleport's going to be coming in from Knight as now Zoyan finds himself on the wrong side of the tracks. And the arrow from downtown means Knight is going to pick up the kill, but all of it means that the Baron will go to top esports.
Yeah, top esports are going to manage to claim themselves the Nasher. It won't have the same effectiveness because Zoyan has been, I think, the premier side lane carry with this Vade, really having drawn a lot of pressure. And it would have been really propelled forward if he had the Baron buff on top of that. But, hey, a 4-1 still ain't bad as now Cream is in trouble, maybe.
Uh-oh, it's the side lane plays, Quacks. Knight has 2 kills in a matter of a minute in his back pocket.
Yup, so a lot of gold injection here for the Akali. That big threat that we warned top esports against feeding now does have maybe an angle to be a threat in these fights. As Zoyan, looking at this replay, honestly, I would have gone back in here. Like, you still had a slight wave. The teleport escape was a good call, but yeah, just a little too late. Ashe arrow hits, manages to cancel that. So Zoyan is just looking for more, and now we see another teleport play.
Yep,
and
he is out of there. So Bin will be able to escape. 40 seconds until this dragon is up, though, so he's going to have to stack Narbar with the rest of his team.
Yeah.
Remember, he has no flash either, so no flash Gnar ultimates against a wall for BLG to find a way to really blow a fight open.
And you can see that Jackie Love is moving into the river, so top esports are going to get control of this area before BLG, and that, like you said, is going to be really tough for BLG to engage without the Mega Gnar. So Bin doesn't really have anywhere he can stack it. Does still have the shield, but that's going to wear off. Topper first to the river. There's a dragon on the line, and BLG have no real way of starting up this fight, Yanni.
Yep, and look at what Jackie Love is doing. I mean, it's even if Cream gets an auto attack in there with a Sand Soldier, it just means that BLG, they lose so much of their health bar so quickly. I mean, Shun's already down to 2/3 HP. Viper's already tagged. We have an Ezreal ultimate down on the Cream. Now Shun going all the way in. Zoyan is ulted, trying to make things happen. Shun over to the side is very low, lands the knock, but he's going to fall. Encore finds Viper all alone, and he will fall. Zoyan will die as Knight manages to escape, but it's top esports winning yet another fight.
It's a 1-for-2. Again, they lose Zoyan, but they will absolutely maintain control of the bot side river. The second dragon is theirs, and a tier 2 turret on this bot side as well. Going to be the cherry on top. They still have this Baron buff for another 30 seconds, so they're probably going to try and squeeze every last little bit of value, but have they overstayed? Knight has a lot of items at this point. He's working on his third, but the Seraphine is just going to keep them too well protected.
Top Esports, 26 minutes into this game, 6.7 thousand gold lead, have been dominating BLG for a large portion of this game. Credit to BLG for being able to fight out of a corner at times, but this fight was just not one that they were able to get any advantages.
This was really the only way they could engage. Shun Crescent Guard into Wild Growth does give them some room to free hit, but ultimately it's not going to matter in the grand scheme of things. And Zoyan goes just a little too far ahead, continues to queue on forward. So he will go down, but I mean, TES get all of the rewards for that fight. They get more members in that fight, and now 6,000 gold ahead. And I really gotta give credit over to this team. I mean, a lot of people were worried about what their standing would be after a rather disappointing Split 1 and a very disappointing first series up against IG, but they've really turned it around. I mean, going from 0-2 against Invictus Gaming in your first series as a team in Split 2 to now potentially knocking a game off of BLG with a Vayne top lane against Bin. That's quite the turnaround.
Ashol splits the gap here, so the siege is going to be able to continue for Top Esports. The anti-siege is not really there. They might need to look for a way in. Knight is a little low on energy, though, so they're going to have to wait for the next push. Knight has done everything he can to try to keep this game together for BLG. We've talked about the scaling being in Top Esports' favor, though, Quacks. It seems like it's going to be a very difficult mountain to climb, but if there is any team that we know that can win games despite everything being against them, it can be BLG.
And I think a lot of that burden is on Bin, or not Bin, Knight here. 4-1 on the Akali, now completed his third item with the Zanyas as well, so it gives him a little bit of extra safety if he wants to dive in for a backline and try and make sure that BLG, off of the numbers advantage that he got from assassinating someone, can try and save him from getting killed himself. But it's still a really tall task. I mean, you've got Final Hour, you've got Arcane Shift. There are plenty of ways that a lot of the backline members here of Top Esports can actually get away from the Akali and make it more difficult for her to save some of those mobility tools to try and get out. Because I feel like unless Knight is going for a 1-for-0, if he's only trading 1-for-1, or he's only able to assassinate one person while giving his life in return, it's not really worth it for BLG, because just the damage that the remaining members have isn't going to be sufficient enough to tear through the Seraphine, as Zoyan is going in, but Knight is in the area, but so is Tion.
Oh yeah, Knight got exhausted. Cataclysm keeps them both stuck,
Ooh!
But it's Knight who's able to pick
mega.
up the kill. Now Bin stunning up Tien. Teleport has landed. It's Cream looking to find Bin. Jackie
went down
is here too. They will be able to take him out, but a good call out there, Quacks. It's a 2-for-1 for BLG, and now they're going to get some time on some turrets.
Yeah, and they're pinging toward the Baron. I mean, it's up in about 5 seconds. Tien is on the other side of the map, and it's a 3v4. This feels like a Hail Mary play that BLG would make, and they absolutely have to make it, Yanni.
They have the damage. You take a look at the picture-in-picture. It was a nice pick there on the Fungiway. Got a 9,000 HP, and now Top Esports is starting to enter the river as Real's gonna go down, deal some damage.
50-50!
Needs to make a play. Serves up Shun and keeps him away. It's secured by Top Esports and Tien. But now the turnaround fight. Cream, Jackie Love still relatively healthy. Cream walks in, he goes golden, but Knight blows up Jackie Love, and he blows up Cream, and they're gonna make Tien easy pickings as well. BLG, never say die.
And Top Esports grossly overestimate themselves in the 3v4. They thought they had an angle to go in, but Cream isn't able to find his way onto the backline. The CC from BLG keeps the bird in place and clips his wings. And now, with the giant death timers of 30 seconds and about 40 seconds until the dragon spawns, BLG should have no problem reclaiming control of this mid and bot lane and looking to set up around this future objective.
If I am a Top Esports fan, Quacks, I'd be getting some nervous stomachs. I detect them. 3,000 gold is their lead, but it is starting to be problematic here, especially with how far ahead Knight is. Look at Zoyan too far once again. The condemned lands, but Knight will continue the fight and pick up kill number 7 as BLG head to the Dragon.
Yup, they should have no problem claiming it for themselves. This will be soul point for them. There's a bit of a drought in the Dragons. Top Esports were reigning control of this game, but now it feels like BLG, off of the back of Knight, have managed to really even out the current state of this game here. This was the series that we were hoping would come out here, Yanni, between a team that is undefeated and a team that has been on a hot streak. The new challengers are starting to falter against the might of BLG as the steal comes through on the replay. And then Cream here, I feel like if he had ultimate, this would be a good play. But because he doesn't, he has to immediately Zhonya's, take himself out of the fight. And Tien as well, burning the Guardian Angel. That could have some lasting consequences. If he misjudges how tanky he is or how little damage BLG might have, he could find himself dead before his team can react, because that GA isn't going to buy you the necessary space to try and get out of a fight and make some of those more audacious engages of the Jarvan possible.
Top Esports have spotted out a couple of members of BLG, and they really want to play in their face right now, but the Hawkshot is there, making sure that safe passage is granted to the rest of BLG. And one of the biggest downfalls of this game, Quacks, has been Zweon on this Vayne. He has been locked up ever since the last solo kill that he had up top. Ever since that, every attempt, he has been taken out. He has been, you know, tricked, essentially. Thought that that was a safe fight to take in the bottom side, but Knight came in from the shadows, and that's one way that BLG has been able to really find their way back in, because then they have man advantage in whatever next fight they want to take. Getting to the 33-minute mark of this game, Knight has completed his Rabadon's death cap.
Yeah, I'm looking 637 AP for the Akali now, so Knight just gonna keep hitting so hard in these exchanges. And yeah, to your point,
Dash ult, dodge there. Fungyue hasn't really been able to do a lot in these fights either.
No.
It feels like Top Esports, they can still have this. It's not over yet. Shun wants to go in here. Ezreal coming down, not going to tag Knight, but Knight is quite low. Top Esports want to continue the chase.
Zweon!
Oh, the Encore did not land. Zweon's onto the back line, but he's put in the bounce house. Cataclysm's down, but so is Zweon. Mid joins the fight, but he's got no Mega. Tien gonna flag and drag his way out. They're gonna turn on to Shun on this backside. They find him too. Cream serves up in, and that could be exactly what Top Esports needed. A 4v2 for the next 25 seconds, 30 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to barrel down mid lane there, and the big crucial thing that made the difference was Knight getting chunked out there. He doesn't die, but his health bar goes to 50%. He doesn't want to engage the fight. The Akali now is alone with the Lulu, and I don't know if this is going to be enough to save the game with these massive death timers, Yanni.
Top Esports want to end the game right now. 15 seconds on Viper. On is very low.
All right, here he
goes.
goes.
Go in, and they lock him up. He's low, he's golden, but he is not surviving. Top Esports, despite BLG's valiant effort, will secure game one.
And Zoyan, I just know in the chat, is singing top diff. Even though some of the lead went down a little bit, like specifically in the latter half of the game, my man was putting on work with the Vayne, but a lot of that late game, I have to give credit over to Cream and Tien. We talked a little bit about this mid-jungle duo in the pre-show, Yanni, but this game absolutely should prove that they deserve respect. A lot of good shuffles, a lot of good plays together, starting up the fights, and ultimately winning them the game with that last scoop up that we saw, preventing Knight as well from being able to get involved in that final team fight.
That was so huge. I mean, this guy had been the catalyst for BLG the entire game, and in the critical last fight, he is unable to make an impact. You know, and that teleport in from Bim was like the story of his game, right? He shows up and immediately dies. I mean, there was so much that if maybe BLG had been on better conditions in that fight, maybe we're talking about a very different game. But Top Esports recognizing that despite the fact that they have been battered back the late game of this game, they were still able to find that opportunity and say, we can still win this game, guys. We are still in the lead. We are still going to push our advantage. And the battering ram knocked down the doors of BLG. That's why they took game one. Quacks, there are a lot of players that really could earn MVP honors for this game for Top Esports. I do think it's got to come out of the jungle, though.
I mean, I would be inclined to give it over to TN as well. I think that Cream had a bit of a rougher laning phase against Knight. Obviously, that Akali jumped out to a pretty significant gold lead over the Azir. But when I think of the last couple of fights that transpired in this game and the reason for Top Esports winning, it came down to Cream. It came down to those shuffles, and it came down to his ability to wait and scale and really have that impact when it mattered most. So I got to give credit over to him, even if I think TN was probably the most consistent member of the game, and probably for that reason most deserving of the MVP. I agree with you.
Yeah, Cream, good shuffles. They weren't, the flashy ones where you're like, oh my god, he hit 3 or 4 people, but they were the ones that they needed, not the ones they deserved. And listen, when you're able to go and get some of these quick picks, put yourself in a great position, is a big reason why Top Esports was able to break open that big lead. I think back to that scoop that he had on Shun that resulted in the pick and the Baron, right? That was a huge reason why Top Esports had a lead, and if that play doesn't happen, I mean, this is a very, very different game with the way that BLG were able to come back. I do worry for Top Esports because I don't know if BLG are going to let them get out to such an early lead like that in games 2 and 3. If we get a third.
Assuming
Top Esports could just 2-0.
Yes, very, very presumptuous of you, Yanni.
I'd be surprised if BLG got 2-0'd here.
If BLG
That's not a
get
knock
2-0'd,
against Top Esports.
Yeah,
That's just BLG is the best team in the world right now.
Yeah, if BLG got 2-0'd by Top Esports, that would absolutely be the story. That would be one of the big stories of the split, in my opinion, just to keep looking forward to. But, I mean, I gotta give credit, again, over to Zoyan, because not only did he really diff Bin in the laning phase, but also just the audacity to go for a Vayne in game number 1 against Bin. I mean, we were talking about this matchup being really volatile, and the fact that both of these guys like to scrap and call attention to their lane early on. And for Zoyan, the guy who is filling in for 369, the guy who stepped up this split to say, give me the Vayne, let me play it against arguably the best top laner in the world here in game number 1, has to be respected, and he absolutely lived up to the hype. So really big respect to him for this game, even if he dropped the ball a little bit after the mid game and toward that late game where Knight managed to kind of feast on him.
Yeah, remember, a very young player, so it's not entirely unexpected to have this sort of thing happen, but I think the more important thing is that he was able to keep Bin in check, right? When Bin goes unchecked, this is when BLG win games. And if you're able to lock him up, set him behind, make his life very difficult, we saw it right here. This is a very different BLG. Now, obviously, BLG showed us that they still have the tools to be able to potentially win, even despite the fact that Bin might be behind, but they were not able to get it done here, Critic.
The snipe. Oh, like that.
That was
You
crazy.
don't see that very often, but when you do, ooh, Yanni, does it feel good? Absolutely crazy there from Jackie Love to land that cross map. Slightly even crazier that no one on BLG called it, but I digress. But yeah, I mean,
this
honestly,
is where it started going wrong.
Yeah, this is where it started to go awry for Zoyan. But I mean, another kind of underrated thing that we touched on in the pre-show was On's ability to roam and make plays around the map. And I don't feel like we necessarily saw that to the extent that we have been accustomed to so far in split number 2, Yanni. I think that On has been so impactful at being able to allow Shun and Bin to have that aggression factor to them in these last 3 series that they have played, and he wasn't really present. He wasn't really able to actually have that meaningfulness that we've seen from him. It felt like he was more or less playing catch-up, trying to make sure that his teams weren't falling behind more and more, and that just means that you didn't get as much value from the roams on the Lulu. So, you know, credit to Top Esports for punishing that avenue of BLG's play as well, and Feng Yue having his own usefulness in the team fights. Some of those encores, you know, didn't hit, but they always found, I think, their proper target when they did.
Yeah, and his ability usage on all of other Seraphine's other abilities was solid too. Whenever you're able to shield and heal up your team, I mean, thumbs up, man. 2 thumbs over. We're all happy with that. But yeah, this was a game that, as you mentioned, On wasn't able do as much on roaming. And I mean, that kind of happens when you are playing Lulu, right? You don't get the same sort of roams that you get out of a tankier support. Obviously, it's not our meta, but, you know, even like a Nico, right? Your roams are a little bit better because you have multiple avenues in which you can attack. You can go through lane, you can go through the river or the jungle, and you don't really get that out of Lulu because it's so easy for you to get picked off. So we're looking at player of the game. It goes over to Zweon. This might be a controversial choice. I'm actually kind of okay with it because we talked about it. The impact of keeping Bin behind is probably the biggest impact that you can make in a game. So while I say you could give it elsewhere, I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I mean, the Gnar not being able to have any agency meant that BLG's angle of engage was significantly limited, right? That Mega Gnar wasn't really present in any of the fights. I mean, usually when Bin showed up for a 5v5, he was tiny boy. And like, even if he was Mega Gnar, like going in was going to be really difficult. So he got 6 out of 8.
Unanimous.
Right. So a lot of people impressed with Zoyan's ability to set Bin behind. I think just for the, again, we've highlighted it, the nature of the matchup between these two, like very unexpected to see Zoyan jump out to be this aggressive against the best top laner in the world. So yeah, a lot of credit over to him. Can he do it again though, Yanni, is the big question.
No doubt about it, Quacks. That's exactly what I was about to ask. Will he be able to replicate that performance? We're going to find out shortly. We're going to go ahead and take a break, and when we return, it'll be the Game 2 draft between Top Esports and BLG. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English broadcast, and Top Esports shocking the LPL with a Game 1 win. Can they do one further, Quacks, and take the series against BLG?
Yeah, they be the first team in almost 70 days, Yanni, to take a best of 3 off of BLG. That would absolutely be not only amazing for, you know, generating hype around this Top Esports, essentially almost pseudo rebuild, it feels like, in the direction that they have gone, comparable to last split, but also in just maybe upsetting the balance of power that a lot of people had initially thought would be the rankings of the LPL Ascend group here in split number 2. A lot of people had assumed that BLG would unanimously be, you know, number 1, that they would be the top dogs in Group Ascend. So to see them be beaten by another team and actually bleed on some of these other strong Ascend squads would absolutely be hype, and, you know, trying to mix up what is possible here in split number 2.
First game loss in 11 days in their first series of the year against JDG. They won 2-1, and since then have been, you know, cleaning up with the back-to-back 2-0s. Hasn't been that long, but it's so crazy to think that it's been 11 days since their last game loss, not even series.
Yeah.
So we'll see how BLG are going to be able to bounce back. Really unfamiliar territory for them so far to start the second split, and really for ever since they made playoffs, right? They've dropped so few games as a whole.
Yeah, so they've looked pretty indestructible, and a lot of that has come from, I think, the attributes or the best characteristics of these players really shining through here and being allowed to shine through here in split number 2. We kind of highlighted it with that graphic where they lead certain parts of their role in specific stats, Yanni, but like Bin having really high kills and really high, you know, KD. Like, this guy got shut out of the game super early on by Zoyan's Vayne, and then also, like, on being able to roam and have that impact in the top side wasn't really present here in game number 1. So I think that Top Esports had a really good read against BLG going into this game, and they're just gonna have to continue that trend here in game number 2, try and limit the best factors of these players individually.
Yeah, and now I'm wondering, Bin's taking off the jacket.
Oh boy. All right.
I am a little concerned for Billy Gaming now, because this is the first time that we saw Bin get absolutely handled. It's not a good matchup, right? Like, you know, we're not just saying like, oh, you know, Bin lost. Like, this is a ranged and a pseudo ranged matchup, notably very difficult, but we expected, all right, well, if Bin can't do it, the rest of the team will be able to pick up the slack, because this is what BLG does, and they weren't. And I think that is very, very concerning, Quacks.
Yeah, I think it's concerning as well, because, I mean, Viper had a pretty good game against Jaculov, you know, obviously being able to find a lot of those crucial Enchanted Crystal arrows to start up fights with the lack of engage, because Bin wasn't really relevant, like we've been saying, but then also being able to find picks. Like, I think back to that mid lane play onto Fengyue where there was a lot happening and they managed to find just a free kill for the Ashe. So Viper really wasn't able to pick up the slack. Knight tried on the Akali, but the late game, it was just too difficult to stick onto these backliners. So we'll have to see, I think, a more complete BLG. I think that one member being able to rise above and try and solo carry the game just isn't going to be enough against this Top Esports squad. So as a collective, what can BLG bring us here in game number 2?
BLG going to be first pick again. This does mean that Top Esports will have that counter pick. We'll see if they give it to Zoyan again. So looking at these bans, very similar to the prior bans that we had. In fact, almost all the same, except Varus has not been taken off the table.
No, Varus still unbanned. Pantheon as well. Karma is going to be the last ban. I was just about to shout it out as a possibility, but it remains locked away. I think the most permaban champion in the LPL is actually Karma, Yanni, so that will stay the case, and Varus, like you mentioned, will be a lockup here. Top could just go for the Pantheon and then maybe pair it up with a... I mean, you've still got, like, the Corki Nami is available, the Yunara Lulu is available, so if they wanted to do, like, a Pantheon Yunara, I think that that is an option here, just to get a very strong jungle bot lane combo.
Yeah, the problem is you don't have these bot laners that you're able to pair it up with, right? Because Lulu and Nami are gone. So
Yeah.
we'll have to see what the option is for top esports. We'll see if they early pick mid here, right? If they want to get their first pick of a strong mid jungle duo. We've kind of moved away from that a little bit. You still see it at times, but you know, I like an Ahri, I like a Talia here. All right, like a much maligned champion. If we really want to put Jackie level on Jin duty, we can. All right, this seems a lot.
I
a
like
lot
the
better.
Jace
We're
blind,
gonna
so-
go pick the Jace early.
Yeah, so Zoyan is gonna lock himself the Jace early here. I mean, if Bim wanted to, he could counterpick with that Yorick. That is certainly a choice for him. Does well in the laning phase and also does give some of that split push pressure over to BLG. But with the immobility of Jace, I do like this lock in here. Nocturne going to be the answer. And Nico also available, so if they wanted to get their bot lane just paired up immediately here, I think that Nico Varus is good in the lane, and then Nocturne Nico is a very potent way to start out fights.
It's so deadly. I personally would really love that. Not sure if I'm really liking Bin on a tank, but they are going to throw him on the Scion. This is one thing that I wanted to see in their series versus Team WE is Bin on a tank, because I want to see him be able to play all facets of the game if we want to see continued success for BLG throughout the year. So I'm getting my wish, but it's not in a matchup that I really wanted to see it.
Does decently well into the Jace, just being able to survive against him. And also does give BLG some frontline. So I think that this leads me to believe we'll probably see an Enchanter come out here for On. Obviously not surprised, as they are, you know, flavorful in the meta at the current moment. But I'm really curious what Knight is going to go, because looking at the champions he's played so far this split, adding on the Akali, he has had 8 unique picks over the course of this split here, Yanni. No champion has been played more than once. So I think it is really, he's been rouletting the characters in mid here. So I'm interested to see what he'll go up against Cream's Aurora, who does play to his strengths as a player as well. We do know Cream for his laning phase and burst champions, and Aurora definitely fitting that bill.
Second half of bans coming through. Top Esports aiming at this mid lane, taking out the Annie. BLG banning the Sivir, which I think would have been a really excellent pick for Top Esports. I'm curious to see if Top Esports are just going to go and lock in the Jhin if it's left available, because, you know, despite the fact that people dislike the champion, I think it really fits the Top Esports team comp here as something that they sorely need, because your only CC is the form of your Pantheon stun, which is incredibly short-ranged.
The support picks as well are really limited here for both Fungyue and On, so I'm extra curious what they're going to be locking in here alongside their respective AD carry picks here. But Top have yet to pick their bot lane, so I feel like this could maybe be an angle where you try to go like the Xayah Rakan, like that could be something, but instead, they're just going to opt to go for the Corki here. So, Nami being banned away was the first ban by BLG. What are you planning on pairing up with this guy, if that is the case? But Yunara also being hovered. So, no, it's going to be the Corki locked in here.
Both of these confuse me.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what we're pairing up with it. I think that we're maybe just looking for general power in the bottom lane, and we're hoping that our support pick will just counter essentially the BLG team. I do like that they're saving support for this, but I'm not sure I really agree with this Corki pick.
Yeah, and we do see the Alistar being hovered here by On. Just another engage tool for them to use and also create space for the Varus. So I do like the look of this one, but now we're going to be seeing the Mel hover here by Knight, and it's going to be locked in. There are a couple of things that you can rebuttal, but I don't think the full value of it is present here in this game, unless we do see something from Fungyue. And Leona would be really good. I mean, it's like it's a counter pick for the Mel because of the Zenith Blade interaction, and also does give you some more engage, which I think Top Esports desperately need. So they're going to lock in the Rakan, who I've said before, I think does struggle to start the fight up if he is the only guy starting the fight up. So I think not only is he going to have to link up with TN in those late game engages to, you know, get the ball rolling, but also the skirmishing power of Pantheon Rakan is really, really effective. So early looks here from Top Esports with Feng Yue and TN is going to be super important for just trying to control the map and limit Shun's resources to get level 6 as soon as possible.
Yeah, and I like it a little bit more than the Leona against the Alistar, right? Because Leona is very one-track. You are going in, and you're only going in one direction. Alistar is going to be able to stop that, but Rakan can take multiple pathways. Now, thinking about both of these compositions, Quacks, I mean, I think this Top Esports composition really spikes hard on 2 items with this Jace, with this Aurora, with this Corki. So if they get disrupted in this early game, and they're not able to get to that spike smoothly, I think they could be in big, big trouble.
This certainly feels like a game where Top Esports are in a little bit more of a timer. They had the advantage of double marksman and scaling going into game number 1, which isn't really present here. So it's just a test for Top Esports to see if they can play both sides of the coin. Can they play the game where they stall out against BLG? The answer to that question was yes, as they won game 1. Now the question is, can they bulldoze BLG pretty significantly early here in game number 2?
Well, Quacks, we're about to find out. Game 2, Summoner's Rift, BLG, Top Esports. Knight back on that Mel that he had such a phenomenal series on, or phenomenal game, I should say, against Weibo Gaming. See how things go for BLG, especially out of the jungle. It felt like Shun made some good early plays, but was a little muted after that. Both of these junglers kind of want to just farm until 6, Quacks, but there is still gank potential for both of them before.
There's also invade potential here from TN on the bot side early. We can already see just how aggressive Feng Yue and Jackie Love are posturing to try and poke out Viper and On. And that's because Alistar is really difficult to be useful. It's very difficult to be useful as a level 1 Alistar because you don't have access to that full headbutt pulverized combo. So they're going to try and use and abuse that.
Okay, heal out of On here is Jackie Love and Feng Yue doing a great job in the laning phase. I really thought their game 1 laning phase was solid, but here especially to start game 2 looking hot.
I'm curious if TN is going to try and cross over the river at all. It doesn't look like he's going to. Again, I think if TN can look for any opportunities to disrupt the Nocturne pre-6, he should absolutely take them, but it just doesn't feel comfortable doing that quite yet. And maybe that is the wiser choice. I mean, Jackie Love is close to about half HP here, so anything that can put the Corki in jeopardy, probably not worth it at this point. But still, again, it now allows Shun to get a full cordial first clear, and no disruptions probably going to be had on the first round of camp by the Jumpers.
I think it's a pretty big benefit to Shun specifically, right? I think that, you know, even if you disrupt the Pantheon a little bit and he's not able to get to 6 right away, you know, it's annoying for sure, but I think it's more detrimental to a Nocturne. So we'll be paying very close attention to see what our second crab looks like here in this game. Early lanes looking to be pretty much in favor of Top Esports outside of the mid lane, as you know, that Mel poke is very difficult to deal with at times.
And we saw Shun take it early back. He actually didn't opt to stay on map for Crab. I think that's because he knows TN started his Raptor, so maybe he wants to try with this push in mid from Knight to contest him on those respawns. He would have an item advantage doing so. So that could be a move. Yeah, we do see the pings coming through here. Teleport as well from Viper, so the Varus will be in the area in case more people need to be involved, but he's actually not going to look for the invade. So doesn't try and contest TN, is just going to return to his own top side. We'll walk over a ward as well, so Top Esports know at least where this Nocturne is and know that he already backed.
Very solid coverage out of Top Esports, and so far very restrained gameplay for a team that it's easy for them to get a little aggressive. Your range into melee top side, your Corki down on this bottom side, who is going to be notably stronger than the Varus that doesn't have a second combat summoner. We can see that aggressiveness is starting to shine through a little bit here. Knockup is there. A little bit of a trade back here means that Jackie Love and Feng Yue are both near half HP.
And both of these marksmen looking to opt into the tier items, so I'm really going to have to be paying attention to who manages to stack it better here in this laning phase, because once that is complete and you build that second item, that's really, you know, we already talked about top esports having a major influx rather of damage once they hit 2 items. Viper takes Jackie Love quite low.
Oh, even lower too. This is a great trade. Viper was in the 2v1 and manages to keep Jackie Love and Feng Yue away. It is not exactly what you want to see this early on if you are a top esports 80 carry. 10 seconds until the dragon is up. I imagine we're not going to see too much action until the second crab, which should be spawning shortly. Will be the difference in level 6 for both of these junglers.
It's spawning on the top side as well, and you can see that Tien is ending his clear in that area, so Shun is going to have to cross all the way over. Feng Yue is actually, you can see, diverting his path toward the bot lane and maybe looking to roam out on the map a little bit more. Dragon started up by Shun. I think he knows he won't get this crab, so he's trying to get level 6 from the objective instead.
Oh, and I like this. Tien recognizes that that is something that's going to happen, so he's going to try to make a timer here on mid lane. He's going to flash after Knight. They short the knockup, but they're still going to be able to find the BLG mid laner. It's first blood to Cream.
Yeah, really good snap engage there by Top Esports. Doesn't initially land the knockup from Feng Yue, so the CC train can't continue, but it doesn't matter.
He could be in big trouble here. Drops the hammer down on the bin.
Pops the pot.
He'll knock him back for the moment. We'll flash over to the side. As BLG's top laner quite low. Tien is now level 6, which means there is a dive opportunity available to Top Esports with no match on the other side.
Yeah.
Instead, they will just allow Zhuan to do what he wants to this top turret. Meanwhile, Shun will trade back on the bottom side.
Jackie Love has to be really careful. Feng Yue is completely split from him. Will spot Shun on the reset, so we'll actually cancel that.
Oh, Zhuan up very far, trying to get close to Tien. Tien, the savior, with the stun, picks up the kill.
Yeah,
Run, Zhuan!
Run! Okay, the gate saved him. Extra speed up.
Here we go. Wait, Nocturnal coming down to the bottom side. Great flash from Jackie Love, just trying to keep himself alive. Barriers out too, on, tanks up the turret perfectly. Now they could look for a redive. Knight is on the way down as well. Feng Yue is on an island all alone. He is knocked up and locked down, and it's Viper getting a kill.
Well played dive there from BLG, and well played cross map as well. I mean, Top Esports investing a lot of resources to make that play onto Bin, and Tien as well showing himself, so you know that a Grand Starfall isn't going to be coming from Narnia to respond. And Jackie Love, in that dive, forced to use his flash pretty early on, so he doesn't really have much in the wake of escapes to try and get out of there. But Bin felt comfortable trying to take this fight because of the hammer slam coming out there from Zhuan. That's like the main form of damage you have when you're in melee queue. But Tien stuck around in the area, does manage to make the difference, and yeah, now 2-2 in kills, but both teams very close in gold, though Zhuan does have prio in top here, and these grubs are coming up in about 10 seconds, so I would imagine with the amount of side lane play that both of these comps have, this is going to be an objective that has a lot of value as the game goes on.
Yeah, and it seems like Top Esports shouldn't have too difficult of a time trying to take it because their solo laners are ahead, right? You know, so... You know, even though your bottom lane's behind, it's okay as long as it doesn't get much worse. From this point onward, it looks like Tien's going to finish up his clear and head up there. We did say that this Top Esports composition needs to not get disrupted early. There's a little bit of that disruption on Jackie Love right now. Yeah. We'll see Top Esports not be on full power in this mid game, but should still be relatively strong.
And I think those cross-map plays that we saw from BLG are going to be a lot more optional and available in the future for BLG. Like, if they want to go for dives, they've got the Unbreakable, they've got the ult from Shun as well. So there are plenty of tools that they can use to just dive Jackie Love under his own turret. So Feng Yue has to be very conservative with his roams. He's going to go on a timer now. BLG spot that out, so maybe they just look onto Jackie Love. You can see he has to play so safe under his turret. And now Feng Yue, he's forced to, you know, abandon the roam he wanted to go for just to protect his AD carry. This is kind of what TES did to BLG last time, where they were constantly looking onto Viper, forcing On to not be super proactive around the map.
Yeah, and again, they're just focusing down Jackie Love, trying to keep him off his spikes. You know, he's so far away from a Trinity Force. Meanwhile, his top laner has completed his first item. It's a much cheaper item, but it's still done regardless. You know, Cream's going to be getting on this item soon enough. So really great stuff here coming out of the BLG jungler. And now going to look to make his first big play with his ultimate outside of that bot lane on to the Pantheon, but now they're going to have the turnaround. Shun getting quite low, but not with the knock-up showing up. Zweon will survive, and it's Cream that gets the kill. Stuns down onto Zweon, marked up and taken down by Knight, and now here's the root on top of it, but they're not able to go for more because this teleport is coming in from Feng Yue. The timing isn't quite there, and he's able to slide out and get to Cream to prevent any further damage.
Yep, 1-for-1 trade there. BLG just looking to punish Tien for going on to that Raptor camp, but Bin was a little too far away and they didn't have the damage after the initial push.
Between worlds, roots down, Pantheon over the top. Nice flash to be able to dodge the headbutt as Knight will fall. Now they'll look for On next. They won't be able to find anything more, but Top Esports are in position to take the Dragon if they want.
Yeah, it's going to be up in about 10 seconds here. Knight does have teleport, but it'll be difficult for him to access this river, especially when all of the BLG members are going to be looking to try and enter through this bot side. Maybe he TPs to the bot lane to join up with the rest of his team, but Top Esports have already started up the Dragon, and that TP from the Mel is coming in, but this Drake is coming to very close to half HP, though Shun does have ultimate.
Yeah, Feng Yue's not there. On goes in. Ultimate from Viper does not land. Here comes Feng Yue, ready to make his impact. Knock up splits everybody. Knight looking pretty good on HP as they force Top Esports away, but he wants a little bit more. So Snare's not going to land. Instead, it's going to be BLG picking up their second Dragon of the game.
Some fancy footwork coming out there from Shun in particular, dodging out on Feng Yue's engages and making it very difficult for Top Esports to stick onto this Nocturne and single out any one target from BLG. Does net them the second Dragon, so Feng Yue got canceled.
Yes, he shorts it. We'll have to hop over the wall to Tien. Meanwhile, up in this top side, Shun gonna drop the Paranoia down. Zweon is gonna flash on the wrong side of the map and get taken out.
Kind of feels a little bit not necessary to flash there from Zweon. I feel like he should have understood that he was dead. So it's not only the kill going over to Shun and accelerating this Nocturne, who now it's his second of the game, by the way. So he's in a very good spot, but also it just means that a regank opportunity is possible once that Paranoia comes off of cooldown.
Little ways away from some other objectives. 2 minutes and 50 seconds until the Rift Herald is up. Taking a look at some item completions. We've got the Proto Belt coming through for Cream. Tien's on his Sundered Sky on the other side. Knight's got that Lunes. We've got the Hexblade onto Shun. You see a little bit of a scrap here in this mid lane. Viper has moved over, has the Chains of Corruption available. Stuns onto Feng Yue. They're going to lock him down. It is another pick for BLG.
Yeah, really good just punishment there. From BLG. Feng Yue is kind of laughing in the player cam. You can see there a bit of a smile. He understands that he might have overstayed, underestimated the Varus damage, so it's just free gold going over to BLG, but Top Esports are going to pay that back in full as Zweon should be able to claim the first turret. It's 1 HP. I thought he was going to hit it, but decides not to and just plays the long game.
He's got no flash, which means he is liable to die to Sion. It's not like he's going to be able to really kill Bin in the straight-up 1v1. We're really looking for Zweon to make his impact in some of these fights a little bit later on with these empowered shock blasts. As see Jackie Love finally getting a plate. It's but a crumb, though. He's down 1.4 thousand gold right now. He's still not particularly close to Trinity Force. 2/3 of the components there. He's got his brown bag boots. It is a tough game for the Top Esports AD carry.
Yeah, just give him like a hobo stick while we're at it, I guess. As, I mean, Zweon just really wants to try and push Bin. You can see that Feng Yue is in the area, so if he tries to stop him from taking this turret, they're just going to go onto the Sion.
All right, we're getting Bin's flash out there because Tien is up here as well. They have the damage. It's going to take a little bit of time, but Bin is completely locked up, and no one is coming to save him. It's Zweon getting his first of the game.
And you can see that the rest of Top Esports, both Cream and Jackie Love, understand that this is kind of BLG's timer to look for a cross-map play. So he backs up toward his tier 2. This is going to mean that BLG are going to trade at least 1-for-1 in the turret department. And Viper is going to extend that gold lead between the Corki and the Varus even more. It is going to also give them just a little bit more room to work around with for these future Dragons. And that, I think, is the most consequential bit of it, honestly, Yanni, because this next Drake, it'll be soul point for BLG. And if they get this, it'll not only put them in a position where their win con is only 5 minutes away, but also a Mountain Soul for things like Scion and Nocturne is a very, very dangerous prospect.
Zweon has just finished his tier item, so he's looking to get that stacked in the next minute and 15 seconds. On shows up into the mid lane, doing what he does best. Fungyue, though, the turnaround, the knockup. On has no ultimate left. Chains of Corruption gets used as well, taking Cream to half HP, but nothing more.
On using that Unbreakable there, should be back up by the time this future Dragon spawns. So nothing of massive consequence coming out here for Top Esports, or on BLG's side, but Top Esports are going to try and force the issue. They have looked onto the Herald, and because Alistar doesn't have that ultimate available, it does limit what BLG can use in the wake of Frontline. Not going to commit to it, though.
No. Jackie Love finally finishing up that Trinity Force, so there's that spike that we're looking for. Top Esports has power on all of their members currently. Again, Zweon just trying to finish up that tier item as he can. This Herald untouched. Dragon in 20 seconds. It looks like Top Esports will not be paying attention to this objective. I'd imagine they really want to fight for this Dragon while they have strength in their pockets, in their inventories.
Mentioned those 2 item spikes. Top Esports are getting pretty close to that. Zweon himself, we talked about being a big win con for this team. This could be a fight that tries to turn around his current trajectory, because although he is 2.1k gold ahead of Bin, it kind of just feels like that is a product of Bin being more behind than Zweon being ahead. So if they want to try and really push this Jace pedestal forward, this would be the fight to do so.
It wasn't here early enough to really get the shock blast down. Cream is looking for a flank here. Completely unknown for the moment. Lights are out. Look who goes in and goes down. An immediate double kill for Knight. And now the Dragon is getting lower and lower. TN cannot secure the smite. And BLG make it look easy for the Dragon Soul point.
Yeah, Cream and Zweon were just split in that fight. The main damage dealers of Top Esports couldn't get involved at all, Yanni. So BLG, they get themselves soul point, and they take 3 while doing it. BLG should also be able to claim this Herald. They try and look for the tier 1 mid, but they don't have a minion wave enough to actually claim that. But if they can get a Herald, that mid lane tier 1 is as good as dead.
Lots of tools down here for BLG, so perhaps Top Esports fancy themselves a bit of a fight here. Fungyue really wants to go in. It's going to be Herald secured, Bin with the teleport in.
On?
All right, we are using it. We are using the Herald. On's got to get in there.
Run!
And he does. We'll see how the rest of this fight turns out, because it could be a big disruptor. Instead, he's going to try to charge to the mid-tier 1, but there's a fight continuing in the jungle of BLG. He's going to hop in and look for the second charge. Meanwhile, Bin is on a damn sliver.
The knockup landed.
And now Shun is in the thick of things. They're going to find multiple kills. Top Esports bit off a little bit more than they could chew. Paranoia is out. They're going to go in, turn around on a TN. Shun will finally die. Viper's got no mana, but plenty of damage. Cream on the backside finds a kill, but it's still Knight with a triple. He's just built different on this Mel.
Yep, 7-2-3 now is Knight on the Mel. He is playing super well in this game, but credit over there to Bin for being able to turn that fight around for BLG initially. That knock-up landing allowed for the re-engage of the remaining members of BLG's topside, as well as the zombie after Scion goes down to have some value in that really narrow choke point on the map. So getting a replay here, though, we do see on... Oh man, it would have been so derpy if he wasn't actually able to get into the Herald in time and just ends up dying and wasting that really valuable objective, but he's super based, goes into the Herald, takes the mid lane tier 1, but then we get another look here, and yeah, I want to see this knock up here from Bin. So, does get stunned, charges it up in the bush after popping W, doubles up the snare land. Shun can go in, and then, yeah, the zombie damage as well forces Top Esports back. All the while, Viper himself gets a pretty big flank, and then Cream just casually flanks the flank.
Yeah, Cream had to go pick up on after that play down in the mid lane and was not able to do so.
Mom, pick me up, I'm scared.
With the Rift Herald charging into those turrets. So that was a long time where Cream was just not around for that fight. And you had to think that if he was there, maybe that fight goes differently for Top Esports. BLG with a 1.4 thousand gold lead with Baron spawning in 20 seconds, but more importantly, that Mountain Soul in 2 minutes, as you said, going to be such a huge mountain to climb for Top Esports if BLG secures it, because Bin and Honor are going to be unkillable, Quacks.
Yeah, I also think that, like, this is probably the best timer that Top Esports are going to get. We highlighted the 2-item spikes coming through here from them, and we're kind of at that break point now. BLG have done such a good job at being proactive around this bot side objective that, I mean, Soul is spawning at like 22 minutes into the game. So they have been taking those basically as they have spawned and really pushing the needle forward and the tempo of this game to the point where a 2-item spike feels like it's kind of now really far into the late game because this is such a big late game objective. So Top, they're on their best items. If they can look for a fight here, if they can win any fight, it would be this one. But the rest of BLG are in a really solid part of the game themselves. I mean, Bin hasn't been having the most flashy match with the Sign. Hasn't really been having the most flashy series, but Knight is super accelerated on this Mel. Viper is super accelerated on this Varus, and they're super well protected because the Mountain Soul souped up tanks of the team are creating so much space for them in the fight.
Not only that, they have Vert and Barrier and Edge of Night. We're seeing a full engage onto Shoot. He's going to use that paranoia, just really trying to escape. He's so low. He's still alive between worlds. He'll finally go down. Meanwhile, on the backside here, Fungyue getting locked up. The teleport lands from Knight. Knight stunned. You have to get to him.
Knight's locked down!
They burst him out. All they need is one fight, and Top Esports have some control back.
That's jungle, that's mid. Dragon is up in 15. Baron is up now. There's so many options for Top Esports to go. Do they want to look into mid? They want to look for more. Viper has to flash.
Yeah, he's caught. Viper's in trouble, trying to walk out, but the big one slams him down. Bin on a sliver, forced to run away. Mid-tier 1 goes to Top Esports, and the first dragon of the game for Top Esports will break the soul stacking from BLG.
They get mid-tier 1. They get the dragon as well. You can see teleport is coming through from Bin, but Shun is too far behind. The Nocturne won't be there in time. Maybe they can get a pick onto TN, but he'll escape as well. So Top Esports find a pick onto the Nocturne, and they managed to deny the big win condition that BLG were so desperately pushing the game forward to try and get.
So crazy. I mean, that's the one thing that your spell shield doesn't help you against is a Rakan, because if he pops it with a knockup, he can just charm you up. And then, I mean, Fungyue just doing absolutely what needed to be done in this fight to give Top Esports a chance. A really great job there by the Top Esports support.
And this has been kind of a factor that we didn't really get to see from them in game number 1. I mean, Top Esports have been a team who not only have these really aggressive early games, as Viper's being engaged onto, teleport from Zoyan.
I love this. They throw everything at him and take him out, and now it's going to be a man advantage for Top Esports. There's no paranoia up either. Top Esports starting to ping around this top side. You know they want to start this Baron up.
But it's really risky to go in for this because you used a lot of ultimates to get that pick onto Viper. Not to mention, Viper also has teleport, so if you're not able to fully send it onto the Baron, that 4v5 is going to turn into a 5v5 much quicker than you anticipate. Yeah, just without those crucial ult buttons, they don't feel comfortable going for the Nasher, but now that big gold gap between Viper and Jackie Love that we highlighted from like minute 15 below is completely evaporated. Viper is no longer the big man on campus. He has been reduced down in these last few minutes. So another threat from BLG just being significantly, shortened here in game number 2 does make these future fights a lot easier for them.
Remember, Quacks, this is where Top Esports is at their strongest.
Yep.
They need to push the envelope a little bit further to have enough control in this game to be able to completely take over. There is going to be a lot of difficulty in that. As Knight gets more items, he's going to deal a lot more damage. BLG down 1.5 thousand gold 24 minutes into this game. Have not lost a series in 69 days. And right now, Top Esports are looking to break that streak. Paranoia got used, and now it's time for Feng Yue to go in, but he gets knocked away with that ultimate. He tries to go back in. On's on this backline. Shades of Corruption went down, but didn't quite land. On getting lower between
Cream!
It's a lot of damage. Shun's still healthy, but Viper and Knight are full HP with the shock blast to the mouth. Now it's a 5v3. Solar Snare. And there's the ultimate going down. It kills Jacqueline, but Tien finds his way onto Viper and takes him out. Knight doing what he can to stay alive with these roots, but does not have enough damage without his golden eclipse to be able to get more kills. It ends up being a 3-for-1 in favor of Top Esports.
Top Esports are doing it, Yanni! They are getting the comeback against BLG. Undefeated team, be damned! They have turned this match around. And it's in such an even state now. These next couple of fights will dictate the game and the series as well on whether or not we're going to 3 or not. But we get a replay. Feng Yue looks for an engage. It's a little sloppy, but then the re-engage on the side here from Top Esports' mid and jungle. Cream and Tien make the damage, get onto these priority targets. They take down 2. Viper still without that flash. He gets ulted onto by Tien. The aggression, the proactiveness. This is why people call Tien the best player in the LPL right now.
And look at this damage graph. It's just Knight. That's it. He's the only one dealing this damage.
Yeah.
And there's nothing else. And it's so shocking because BLG, in terms of the rest of the team, throughout the season, they've been really high on the damage numbers.
They have. They've been the team that leads the damage, I believe, in every single one of their roles, or at least is in the top 2. This is a team that loves to fight, loves to scrap, loves to skirmish, and Top have met them on the battlefield every single time. But the lines are being drawn for potentially the last fight of this game. Yanni, Dragon up in a little over 20 seconds. BLG are first to the river. Everyone has everything. And this would be Seoul if BLG managed to claim this objective.
Tien just picked up his Guardian Angel, so that's going to be a big boon for this Pantheon. We have no flash on. That is very important. He does have that Ghost to be able to get in a little bit faster, but we're not going to have any flash Alistar plays. Here we go. Tien and Jacqueline closest to the Dragon for the moment. Shock Blast trying to go down. Feng Yue is setting himself up nicely for a flank here. Still hasn't been spotted out. Knight will use that blue trinket, and it will spot out Feng Yue. So he'll have to wait for a little bit longer. So Weon's going to use that teleport to get that big shield as the Dragon is down to 7,000 HP, but not dropping for the moment. It's aggroed onto Top Esports, now over to BLG. Teleport is going to be used by Bin just to get that big shield. I love these teleport plays, Quacks. 5,000 HP and beginning to drop. Cream's going to be able to poke out on Dragon, running out of patience. Lights go out. Knock up.
Feng Yue!
Look at the backside. Feng Yue locks them all up. Down goes Alistar. Dragon secured for Top Esports. Shun's in trouble, flashes away, but Cream will lock him down. It's 2 more for Top Esports, and they set their sights on the Baron.
Feng Yue finds the flank. He locks down 3, and the rest of Top Esports, they deal with the frontliners of BLG. They deal with Shun. They get the Dragon. Everything goes up right for Top Esports in the crucial fight to deny the soul. And now, no Shun on the map. It'll be Baron for Top Esports, and they are looking to get the 2-0 up against the undefeated, the international champions, BLG. It has been 70 days since they lost a series, and that streak might just be broken against Top.
And you just take a look on, he gets chunked out so early in this fight. What a flash from Tien to prevent himself from getting knocked up by Bin, and then Feng Yue. He was looking for the one flank, spotted out, but this time around he's able to take BLG by surprise and break the fight open.
And it doesn't do a lot in the wake of being able to further Top Esports for you know, pushing forward onto those backliners, but it does so much in being able to stall out BLG's backliners from joining up on the engage that Bin was looking for. As On has a nasty flank onto Cream, but is it going to be enough? Top esports are going forward!
Okay, Knight is very low, but he's still alive, will finally fall. Bin going to be the next target. Jackie Love is diving this turret, and he will find Shun. On finally gets in the fight, but it's too little, too damn late! Top esports have 4 kills, and Viper is the only man left standing!
And they've got the Baron. The death timers are on 30 seconds to 40 seconds here, Yanni. Top esports might have just toppled the undefeated BLG here. They have upset the balance of Group Ascend. Everything is now murky. And TES from 0-2 against IG to 2-0ing the first stand champions. The turnaround, the arc, it's all come around.
BLG have not lost a series since February 6th, and that has ended today as Top Esports are the big dogs in the group. 2-0 Quacks. Who could have seen this coming?
Definitely not me. Definitely not me. But oh my god, everyone loves an underdog story. And Top Esports, despite going 6-0 in their last 3 series, we're boosting that up to 8-0. This team is looking unstoppable, Yanni.
And for BLG, gotta go back to the drawing board now, because game 1, Bin got put behind. Game 2, you put Bin on a tank, and he wasn't able to have that same impact. Perhaps BLG are a little bit more one-dimensional than we thought, Quacks.
Yeah, and it just kind of felt like the best attributes, the best aspects of the players on BLG weren't shown in this series. I mean, Bin wasn't able to, I feel, diff Zoyan in the laning phase, where a lot of people compliment his play the most. Shun wasn't able to have a lot of those aggressive plays in the jungle, crossing that river to look for those invades. We saw very little of that from him. On wasn't able to roam around the map. These factors have contributed so strongly to BLG's success over the last 2.5 months, but Top Esports read them like a book. They had everything down, and they were coming ready with answers, and it's so cool to see that pay off. And honestly, it's got to feel really, really good for Tien and Jackie Love now coming back in for Split 2 and being able to reestablish themselves as some of the dominant players back on campus.
Yeah, not just them, but like Zoyan too, right? You know, whenever you have to fill the shoes of a guy like 369 who was so good in the first split and has been so good for so long, you know, I'm sure there may have been some internal thoughts like, you know, well, what happens if, you know, I'm the reason why things aren't going well or something like, oh, you don't have to worry about that when you're 4-1 now, do you? Like, things are rolling for Top Esports. They are the best team in Group Ascend as of right now. Super big ups to them, because this was a series that, again, you have to go and topple the Giants. They've been able to do so, and they got contributions from everyone.
Everyone did contribute to this win, I feel. That is why it is so difficult for me, at least, Yanni, in game number 2, to choose like a specific MVP of this match. I mean, everyone was so instrumental in being able to make this second game a W. And we were worried about this second game because teams have been able to take games off of BLG, but they have always indexed into comfort. They've always gone back to what makes them strong. And that was, again, neutralized here in game number 2. So Top Esports never letting their foot off the gas like so many teams before them have, and being able to race it across the finish line. Major ups to them. And now, so many people who anticipated that BLG would just be able to cakewalk their way through the regular season in Spring Split here. That crowd's real silent right now, and potentially going to be seeing a battle between who is able to get first, which previously until now, Yanni, was pretty unanimously BLG.
And I think there are some worries that, like, oh, this Top Esports runs like a little fake because maybe Feng Yue's not that good and Zoyan is a rookie that's just fine. And, you know, eventually TN's going to get punished and Cream's going to turn back into a pumpkin and Jackie Love is washed or something like that. And this proved it right here that this team is legit. They are here and they may be here to stay. And I think that is an incredibly exciting prospect when you have this team in BLG who is now being challenged by somebody else, when their previous challengers like JDG are 1-2, like Anyone's Legend are struggling at 2-2. Now a new challenger will approach again for BLG to try and learn from and improve upon. Take a look at this post game screenshot. You take a look at the damage numbers. It's a beautiful spread from top esports. It's just so damn even. MVP talk, Quacks. Listen, I didn't feel that comfortable about saying TN in game 1. I feel very comfortable about saying TN in game 2. I could also see shouts for Feng Yue and Cream.
Yeah, I was going to say it's probably got to be TN or Feng Yue. I mean, these guys were major contributors in being able to start up every fight, and Feng Yue on that flank in the fight around the Dragon was the difference maker. I think that if BLG win that fight, they win the game and we go to game 3. But because the Rakan was able to charm up and lock down the 3 backliners of top esports, they weren't able to capitalize off the engage from Bin, and so they just were without a frontliner. Bin goes down without really any punishment possible. So I would love to see him get an MVP because, you know this all too well, Yanni. There just isn't nearly enough love for supports these days.
Yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right. I know that when we play with Heartstuck Castle, I do get all the love, though, because I am just that damn good. But, you know, Feng Yue really deserves plaudits for this game and what he did in a lot of these fights. Again, it wasn't exactly the prettiest scoreline. He did have 5 deaths, but his impact in a lot of these fights could not be understated, even if they were just, oh, well, you're not seeing Rakan go in and then everybody immediately get blown up. It's Rakan slowing down BLG's initial advance after a paranoia goes down. And those are the kind of subtle plays that can go really underrated.
Yeah, I think that Feng Yue certainly makes a case for being MVP of this game, at least for me. And that's saying a lot, because the alternative is definitely TN, and I'm the jungler in the call. So when I say the support deserves it, I think the support deserves it. But in all honesty, now, I mean, this really is, you kind of just alluded to it earlier, Yanni, but this gives BLG now a challenge to look forward to domestically. I think that a lot of people are anticipating this team will have international success, but let's not forget, before getting to an international success, you gotta first have domestic success. And so to see top esports challenge them at this level, iron sharpens iron, I think is kind of the term to look at here. So if Top can continue this form and consistently challenge BLG, I think that both of these teams will be better off for it for any future internationals we might see one or potentially both attend.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen what happens when teams go undefeated for such a long time or are just so incredibly dominant. They show up to Worlds and lose, Genji. And, maybe we won't have that problem, right? We're going to right the wrongs that have previously been made by other regions here in the LPL, we hope. Because you just take a look at that last fight. I like the idea of the on flank, but the snap engage by Top Esports, them being so decisive there. Look at Feng Yue, so excited, man. Love that for him. But that snap engage just meant that On couldn't do anything. It was too late.
Yeah. I mean, it's 8 a.m. here, and that smile and just elation.
That's gonna get me through the day.
That woke me up. I might not even go back to bed after this. Like, I might stay up. I might power through it.
I might play some solo queue.
Yeah, why not?
That
8 a.m. solo queue sounds like a death wish. But but yeah, you can see the reaction there from the Top Esports players because they understand the gravity of winning this series and the further implications it could have for the remainder of Spring Split. The Giants, the Kings, have been toppled. Top Esports had 1 shot, or 2 shots, I should say, and they did not miss either of them, so major congratulations to them. And I just got a lot more excited to see what Group Ascend has in store for us, Yanni, because it's unclear who the top of the group is.
Well, it's clear right now, Quacks. Let's take a look at those new standings, baby. because it is very clear who leads the way right now here in Group Ascent, and it is Top Esports at 4-1 with an 8-2 game record. IG and BLG both at 3-1 in second and third. Meanwhile, NIP in fourth at 2-1. Anyone's Legend in fifth at 2-2. JDG 1-2. Weibo Gaming picking up their first win against Team WE, put themselves in seventh, and then poor Team WE all the way at the bottom, 0-5. But the new Kings reign, at least for the moment. It's one thing to beat them in the regular season, but there is still a lot of not only regular season left, but of course, playoffs way down the line.
And it's a double round robin. BLG will get their chance at revenge later down the line, and I feel like that just sets up the rematch. This result sets up the rematch to be so much more exciting, because we're, I want to say, around like halfway through the first round robin, and I think that if BLG can continue to be as dominant as they were in the 3 series wins that they saw, this could maybe be their only loss. And if that's the case, I feel like the feud between Top and BLG is just going to continue to grow as time goes on. So I am envious to the people that get to tune in and cast that series. But it was a pleasure being on this one, Yanni. This was not the expected result, but I think the result that some people were silently hoping for to try and get some spice into the top of Group Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to watch teams continue to go on undefeated streaks and extend them, and it's also another thing to watch them lose, right? And honestly, I think that it's a win-win situation at that point as a viewer, as a caster too. Like, I'm just excited to watch 2 really good teams go at it. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we have with the schedule ahead, because this now brings a lot of intrigue to some of our future matches for this week. I'm looking at IG and BLG, and of course this Sunday coming up is going to be, you know, El Clasico between BLG and AL, but also the new upstarts at IG and Top Esports, who have been doing really well here in the second split. Quacks, anything else catch your eye?
Nothing else too crazy. I will say underrated potential match here is NIP versus JDG. I am personally kind of an NIP believer, even though this team, I think, has had some questionable gameplay right now. JDG have been slumping a little bit. I think relative to what we saw from them in split number 1, they haven't been performing to the same level. So maybe there is potential for an upset in that series, or at least for the best of 3 to be close between the 2.
Yeah, I think that's a big litmus test for NIP, because, you know, JDG, obviously, as you mentioned, a team that's kind of slumping a little bit. This is a game that they might see as, this is a get right for us. Let's go out and let's go win. We are the better team. And if NIP are able to take them out, I mean, this will upset the entire balance. You know, split 1 to split 2 will be so vastly different that when you go on Leaguepedia and click between them, you'll wonder if you're looking at the same year.
Yeah. Really exciting series ahead, and frankly, I'm excited to watch them. I think that I think that Group Ascend just really heated up because of this series result, Yanni, and so everyone is going to have their eyes glued to what these Ascend teams have and the order in which we'll continue to see them place amongst each other.
Yep, and how good can they actually be? What is their ceiling? One thing that we know is really good, and the people that we know are great and have really high ceilings, are our elite coffee supporters, Aaron, Soup, and Mung, because their pledged financial contributions will help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew, strive to give you an LPL English product almost every single day. We are still on throughout the rest of the week. As you saw the schedule that was just up a couple of moments ago. Tomorrow, we have Thunder Talk versus OMG. That'll be covered by Bloxer and Gordo. And then that JDG versus NIP matchup we were just talking up from K-Man and Slayer. So you're not going to want to miss out on those. That will do it for us here today. For myself, for my co-caster Quacks, hold on. They just finished the interview. So we're going to wait a second to see if we can figure out who the player of the match is, actually. So, Quacks, player of the match. You know, we were talking player of the game. Who do you think the player of the match was?
It's tough. I mean, consistently across both games, I really want to see say Tien. I think that Zoyan had a lot of impact in game number 1, but kind of slumped in terms of his overall impact in game 2. Feng Yue was not the most relevant piece on the board in game number 1, but had a really good game number 2. So I think consistently it's got to be Tien. Boom! There
That's
it is.
player of the game for sure. Understandable. This is what we expected.
Oh, this is player of the
Now,
game.
This is player of the game. Player of the match should be also being selected. I think that this player of the game for Tien should lock him player of the match based on his impact in this game and what he did in the first game. What do you think?
I absolutely agree with you. I think that Tien had a really solid Pantheon game too, and overall just being able to lead the team has been an attribute that we kind of talked about being really important when it came to this squad. Losing 369, losing a big leadership role on the team. Tien comes in and he kind of is looked at to fill those shoes, and it looks like he's been doing it spectacularly, not only because of the results that, you know, Top Esports have been managing to put up over their last now 4 series, Yanni, but also because of the way and the manner in which they've been doing it. They've been on the same page, they've constantly been looking for engages, and my boy gets player of the match. That's my Season 9 World Champion / Finals MVP. Love you, bro.
Finals MVP might be Split 2 MVP. We were saying going into this match that he's really on pace for it, and he largely outplayed Shun this entire matchup. These guys who are considered 1A and 1B here in the LPL no longer. It is clearly 1 and 2, and Tien runs the jungle here in the LPL. Now we are going to head out and end the broadcast. For myself, for my co-caster Quacks, for Ilya behind the glass, for the casters that came before us, and the entire LPL English family, we thank you all so much for being here with us today, and we hope to see you tomorrow for some more LPL action.